at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, it's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive, and save it. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong.
Oh, look at me. I'm retarded. I'm a globe.
No one told you life was gonna be this way. Your job's a joke, you broke, your love life's the old way. It's like you're always stuck in second gear. When it hasn't been your day, week, your month, even your year. But I'll be there for you when the rain starts to pour. I'll be there for you like I've been there before. I'll be there for you 'cause you're there for me too.
The whole system is designed to disconnect you from your intuition. Why? Disconnected people are easy to manipulate. Everything from sunscreen to politics to the food industry. It's all designed to disconnect and manipulate you. We are in the middle of a war right now, but it's not a traditional war. It's a war on consciousness. It's a war on freedom. This is the time to listen, not to the news. No, your intuition, your gut, your heart. Love is the greatest weapon against darkness. How do you love more? You begin by loving yourself. How do you love yourself? You listen to the messages your body is telling you.
Nobody is coming to save you. Get up. Be your own hero.
Slaves used to work all day, every day, with no pay. But they got free food, water, and shelter. Today, we work all day, nearly every day, and we get paid. But the money we make, we spend on food, water, and shelter. We're still slaves. The only thing that has changed is the illusion of freedom.
I just know we found something so loud of the ordinary. You got me kissing the ground when you say you left.
I'm scared, Dad.
Do you trust me, son?
Yes.
Come on, son. Rule number 1, never trust anybody.
Stop! Don't touch me there. This is my no-no square.
I am struggling extremely with mental health issues. and I am trying to do that whilst being FTFE. And unfortunately, talking to flat earthers is quite painful.
All right. Thank you, Craig.
Law. Nowhere in nature or in a controlled environment can we ever produce a volume outside of containment.
What's that?
Gas been seen or
what's that, brother?
Now let me see you Esta es una historia triste la que le voy a contar. Una historia triste la que le voy a contar. No tiene doble sentido.
Chicken, banana, chicken, banana, chicken, banana, banana, banana.
I remember when I lost my mind. Yeah. Alright.
Are you muted or is it me, Sav? Oh, back.
Can you hear that? Okay, we can hear that one. We can hear that one. Okay. Let me try my regular. You guys can hear this one, right? Okay. Hello? Oh, there's Cody. Okay. You can hear that now, right? Yes?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not very good. I know. I'm going to have to do something here. Something.
You're like repeating or something.
Oh, what the fuck here, man? Come on. Let me see what's going on. Let me see what's going on. Let me trace the problem. All right. So that's this one. Unplug. Plug back in.
I blame StreamYard.
Are we okay now?
I think so.
All right. I'm going to try the other microphone now.
Yeah.
I unhooked it and then hooked it back up.
There we go.
Let me see. Now it's working. Now it's working. Okay. Holy shit. Something, isn't it?
Good times.
All the gay porn jacking up your stream. Yeah, that's probably what it is.
Oh, shoot.
Holy shit. Boy, I tell you, there's always somebody in the comments. There's always somebody.
Yeah, I know.
There's always
they
somebody.
have no Ruth.
Well, and they say, you know what gets me is people. Somebody went way back to another stream I did, and I said, "You're fucking people over. You're trying to trick them using 2D orthographic geometry. You know, Euclidean orthographic 2D geometry to describe perspective. You need to use perspective." And they said, "It's not perspective geometry. It's called projection geometry." Motherfucker, let me tell you something. You got first and third view projections that they use on two-dimensional orthographic. Okay, and that's called a projection. The other, when you're looking at it from a perspective, usually that's what's known as isometric, if you want to get technical with it. But they always got to say some stupid shit, and it doesn't change the fact of the point. Like somebody had to chime in about, oh, you thought there was 100 books. It's like, look, dude, I'm not Ethiopian.
Oh,
okay. I'm not Ethiopian. And it doesn't matter, for the point of the fucking point that I was trying to make was the fact that, look, here's the Bible's got 100 books. Here's one's only got 66. Here's one that's only got 80. Here's one that's got, which one? Which one?
Yep.
And who's to say which one? Because, you know, you go ask these people that are using that Bible, no, this is the only true and accurate one. And the other people are saying, no, this is the only true and accurate one. And it's like, look, you're all fucked in the head. Okay.
Yeah. How ironic is it that you were talking about that, and then all of a sudden Terry Eicher puts that video out about the same exact thing?
Oh, yeah, right. Maybe he's watching. Who knows?
Yeah. Did you see that?
I haven't seen it yet. No, not yet.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he was talking about the Ethiopian Bible and all that as his latest video. About the same thing you're talking about. Like, this one has 88, this one's got 66, this one.
Right, right.
Yeah.
But it's like, and then it was like, because we had that discussion on that, and it's like, they were talking about you on Flatzoid and that you and Flatzoid should debate. And I'm like, why are you going to debate something that nobody has any fucking concrete proof of anyways?
Yeah.
And like I've said before, whether you're in that short season or you're not in that short season, don't be afraid to look into it. For crying out loud, look into it. It's interesting as hell. But if you're following along the lines and you're doing right, then you ain't got nothing to worry about no how. You know, will you let Satan deceive you? Fuck you. You let Satan deceive you. You actually think there's countries. You actually think that the little puppet up in the thing is in charge. Bullshit. Nothing could be farther from the truth. People think the United States of America is a country. It's not. It's a corporation. It was built in 1871. Come on, y'all. You think you got, oh, you're going to call me deceived over some fucking ambiguous shit from a book that's been changed 100 fucking times? Come on, man. Come on.
Everybody just likes drama and debate, I think. It's just
really 100 fucking times. Come on, Ronan, man. You have a
you got YouTube.
You have an echo, so you're gonna have to turn off YouTube in the background.
What's up, guys? Can you hear me?
Hey, D-man.
What's going on, D-man?
We got you.
Hopefully I'm not loud. I have no internet connection. I'm on the phone. So I don't know. Yeah, and that's down. Good, so yeah, I'm on the phone, but the battery on this is only going to last so long. So I'll have to cut it off in a little while. But I just wanted to come on it. I was on that stream when Flats was talking about debate. I told him, why don't you just come on the show and just spend 45 minutes and you guys just have a discussion about it. I said it'd be interesting to listen to. So he was like, I don't know.
The part that gets by me, it says there are those of you among us here that will not see death before I return. Well, I know there ain't no motherfuckers living 2,000 years. Okay. So either he was lying, and you sit there and say, well, by this, he meant that. And it's like, well, what the fuck? What do you mean? If he meant that, why didn't he just say that?
Yeah.
You know, that's what I'm getting at. He'd have no need to be cryptic. He would have no need to be cryptic if he's telling the truth, of course, right? So there's nothing about it. I'm laying it out to you. No guesswork. Here it is.
Yeah, I'm leaning towards this. I'm leaning towards this little season, and just, you know, for the record, Satan is a Hebrew word that means accuser.
Shaitan.
That sounds like pretty much what the church and government does to us plebs on a daily basis. You're a taxpayer. You're speeding. So I'm not talking about the horned man with the red.
Nothing could be further from the truth. Nothing could be further from the truth. And that's just it right there. If you look at it, Satan, aka Lucifer, was the most beautiful of all the angels. And
of course it would be that way.
The musicians, the most talented of the musicians as well.
Well, Lucifer depends. I mean, Lucifer's also in Revelation. It's also using Lucifer for Jesus, and I don't know, man. That serpent was kind of the good guy. Wait, this Yahweh. Oh, if you eat that apple, you're gonna die. Yeah, I mean, you lied. You're a liar. So I mean, I don't know. I'm just saying. So, but when I look at the church and their history of inquisitions, and I look at things like government calling us this and that, and trying to put these labels, that fits the definition of Satan.
The accuser. Yeah, and that's not a name. That's a title.
Exactly.
Title. You see?
So I think like I think people just want to kind of explain maybe what may be going on, and that's what they do. But in your daily life, if we are in Satan's, short season or whatever, like how does that affect you on your daily life? Does it really? To me, I say no, but maybe
only if you let it.
Maybe it does for some. I'm just saying for me, it don't.
Well, I mean, if you're a taxpayer and a driver and a voter and a patriot, a Republican, you let those labels come in. Yeah,
well, that's what I'm saying. Outside of wanting an explanation for why things are the way they are, some people got to have that. They got to have that validation, or explanation, or whatever.
Yeah, and then if some weirdo like perhaps me, I'll speak for myself. They hate that. They want me dead. What do you mean? You're not? What, you don't do this? You don't do that? You don't believe in this? You don't? I don't know. But people, they hate that.
Well, here's an interesting thing I found just before I came on, and I didn't have time to watch the whole thing. But this is crazy. It says 2025 was never supposed to happen.
What?
Yeah.
This year was a glitch, not a mistake, not an accident, a calculated malfunction. And you're not supposed to be here. It started in 2020, the last time anything actually mattered, the last time the world was on its true path. Since then, you've been noticing it, haven't you? Dates that feel off, weather that doesn't match the season, conversations that loop, people saying this year flew by, but they don't remember why, because they're not really here anymore. And neither are you. This version of reality, it's not the original. It's a rendered copy, barely holding together. That's why you feel exhausted even after sleeping. That's why your memories come back wrong. That's why things that used to bring you joy now feel muted. Because your emotions are being simulated, like physics in a broken game. You've been dreaming since 2020, and someone forgot to wake you up. Here's what they don't want you to remember. The original timeline ended, collapsed under too many paradoxes, too many forks. So they preserved the survivors in fragments, placed into replicas, looped environments. Years that feel different, but never change. You were meant to be reassigned, but you weren't. Your consciousness was too aware, too stubborn. So they archived you, not deleted, just left running in a false version of the present. This year isn't real. It's a stitch, cobbled from leftovers. Ever notice a store that looks perfectly normal on the outside, but inside the layout's just a little off? Do you see faces in crowds that seem familiar? But when you try to remember where from, your mind stalls? Have you ever walked into a room, felt watched, and then couldn't remember why you went in? That's the render lag. It happens when you stray too far from your designated loop. It means the simulation is scrambling to catch up. And that's when they notice you. Who are they? They're not machines. They're not aliens. They're system protocols, scripts written to keep you from remembering that this isn't real. Some look like friends. Some wear uniforms. Some sit perfectly still on park benches, staring at nothing, until you walk by. Here's how you know this year is a glitch. Time is too smooth. No friction. Days bleed into each other. Think hard. Can you name 5 things that happened this month? Can you even remember last month? The moon doesn't look right. It's always in the sky, even at strange hours. And its face changes depending on who's looking. Mirrors don't reflect your thoughts anymore. You used to feel seen. Now you feel watched. Some people already woke up. They left notes behind. You've probably seen them. A sticky note on a pole with no explanation, a half-erased chalk message behind your school, a phrase that shows up again and again in graffiti. It's not 2025. You're still dreaming. You're not going insane. You're remembering. The moment you realize this year is artificial, the protocols adapt. They send in stabilizers, sudden text messages from people you haven't spoken to in years, a random call from a blocked number, ads that seem too specific. They aren't coincidences. They're sedatives. If you want to escape, you have to disrupt the loop. Here's how. At 3:03 a.m., set all your clocks 11 minutes backward. Every device, every appliance, even analog ones. If any of them reset themselves, throw them away. Walk outside during golden hour. If the sky is too perfect, it's not the sky. Stare at it until something flickers. If the clouds repeat their shapes, you've found a weak spot. Write your full name backwards on a mirror. Close your eyes, count to 7. If you feel pulled, lean into it. If you feel resisted, leave the room. You're not alone in there. Avoid the number 36. If it shows up too often, a bus, a receipt, a locker number, you're being tracked. Avoid glass elevators. They can move between layers. If one opens on a floor you didn't press, don't step in. And whatever you do, don't enter the hallway with no doors. That's not a hallway. It's a memory loop. You'll come out changed, if you come out at all. And if someone tells you this year is finally feeling normal again, run. That's not them talking. It's the system trying to keep you docile. You've stayed too long. The dream is deteriorating, and it's starting to turn on you. You're not supposed to be here. You were never meant to survive this version. This year was a glitch. The only way out is to remember. Wake up before it resets again, before you forget that you were ever real.
That sounds insane. I'm sorry.
It does.
What the fuck was that?
Shit. But it's even the header to it said,
I could see where that could lead people to do certain things that maybe are just a bit
Or just who just lose it. Yeah. Real quick.
Lots of,
the little notation
nudging
before
there, as
it,
they call it.
the little notation before it said, could this be why the Times Square sign said 2024 instead of 2026 and the ball never dropped?
And I guess who says it's even 2025?
The Vatican.
Other than somebody's made up calendar.
I walked into a store. Last week, and you know when you walk through the front doors and they have like double doors, so you go through the first doors, then you have to open a second door. Like you walk 10 feet. On the side of the door, it had this like poster board, you know, where people like put their cards and stuff, you know, business cards and stuff. And somebody put a note on it that said, if you think you're where you are, beware, you're far away. And then underneath it said, a mystery that has no clue. Where are you? And I thought to myself, who the frick decided to pull a sticky note out and write this in that?
That's something Sav would do.
Like because it stopped me, you know, when I saw the yellow, it stuck out like a sore thumb, you know, but it stopped me enough that I read it and I was like, exactly what I just did with that video. I was thinking to myself, why am I reading this? What does this even mean? Either somebody was trolling and just come up with that off the top of their head. I was like, okay. So I remembered it and then I put it in my channel description. I don't know why.
I'm famous for taking a block of wood or a piece of scrap or something and writing on it. How do you keep a dumbass busy? And then write over. And then on the other side, you write exactly the same thing.
Somebody just, you know, basically put that note up there as a troll, I think, and probably figured that somebody would read it and say, what the hell does this even mean?
Right.
A mystery that has no clue.
I gotta change my brain SIM card. Thanks for reminding me.
Yeah, you gotta pull it out. I don't know. Have you ever seen those videos of the people that constantly make videos about people watching them?
Gang stalking.
No, I don't
Yeah,
think
gang stalking videos.
Those are so funny because if you watch one, it like recommends 100. It's just trying to capitalize off of like paranoid schizophrenia.
I watch this. I watch this guy sometimes who literally, it doesn't matter if it was a lady walking the dog across the street or the car went by twice.
They're after you.
That's one right there. That's there, and or he'll see the same car, see the same car in the same place, the same day, the next week.
Yep.
Oh, there's somebody right there.
Owner's parking spot every day.
Yeah, like Jesus.
I do that just fucking around while we're going down the road. I'll look in my mirror and I'll go, "Oh, we picked up a tail." If not doing anything suspicious, I don't want him to know. Man, was my talking getting in the way of your interrupting there, Eric?
Sorry. I don't think he can hear you.
Yeah, it's you, Eric. He's fine.
Hey, Eric, what the fuck?
But I'll say, "Oh, we picked up a tail," and I say, "I'm not going to do anything."
I hear you.
Holy fucking God!
That's weird.
I don't think he can hear you.
You might have to drop out and come back in.
No, I will. That's
yeah, because I don't think he can hear you, so.
Yeah.
Well, it's not you because I can hear you. Yeah, I can hear you.
But anyway, I'll say, "Oh, I don't want to do anything to let them know that we're on to them," And then, I'll take a turn and the car doesn't turn, and I'll say, "I think I lost him," It's just like
I'll be honest, you guys earned some points for that.
What's that?
I said you earned some points for that because I don't know, man. Sometimes these people, I don't know who's who and what's what. And I figure, there's so many people viewing those videos. It could have been you guys, but I'm glad to know it's not.
I knew a guy that was a PI that I was an older guy that grew up in the neighborhood, and I used to ask him about stuff like that. He said, "Listen, anybody that's any good that was gonna tail you, you wouldn't know, and it wouldn't be the same vehicle. It would be multiple vehicles in certain paths that you would go." He said, "Trust me, you wouldn't even know it." And I'm like, "Yeah, I got a point there."
Well, they don't even need to tail you anymore. They just put a fucking GPS on your vehicle,
yeah,
or you already got a GPS on your
phone.
Your
phone.
One. Yeah.
You got a spy device right on you.
They have the tailing for intelligence gather, but they do have these gang stalkers that are doing psychological operations on here.
Oh, we got one.
I had
one.
I had them trying to run psychological operations on me. I flipped it around and made them fucking crazy.
Those guys in Germany.
Yeah, that was crazy. That was crazy. Bonnie and Bobby. Where's that?
Yeah, I was gonna say that guy was saying he's a psychological. Yeah, you're a psychological operation. You were friends with Jaron.
Yeah.
Dude, so that means I'm a psychological operation. Okay, that's a bold claim.
Stop watching us, gang stalker.
Hey man, no, I come in peace, dude. I'm here as
Are you sure? How do we know?
What else would I be doing? Gathering intel.
That's it. Intel gathering. That's it. You're going to report back to David Weiss.
To be honest, dude, I thought it was divine timing because I'm at this thing that I found the other day where I don't know if it's a flat map or a what. I guess it's not, but I saw that he went live and I was like, no, that's interesting because I'm curious if y'all know about the latitude dial.
Latitude dial.
Or longitude dial. You ever seen something like that?
Longitude dial?
Yeah, look, it's a map.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's supposed to be flat. I don't know. I have no idea. How is it horse shit? I'm curious what it is.
Well, it does appear to be an AE projection. As far as what that and all your longitudes are going to be degrees around 360, from center point north, and they're going to fan out as you go further south.
Yeah, they're going to get wider and wider.
Yeah.
So that's all the land. That's it. Like all the land ever. It's crazy.
No, see that big area of ocean? See that big ass area of ocean? I think there's stuff in there, man, that we don't. Who's going to go there? There's nowhere to land. You'll run out of fuel. If something happens, nobody can rescue you. Blah, 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 blah. Right? I think they're hiding a fucking continent there.
Probably, dude. I mean, that'd be so easy for them. I mean, they just slap this shit in every college. Like, yep, nope, nothing there.
Sure. And as much faith as everybody has in these fucking maps, He's, oh, show me. I hear that all the time. Show me your fucking map. I personally don't have a map. I have to use the same fucking maps that you've been provided with. Do you know why? Because we're not fucking cartographers.
You're not?
No. That's why I love these people that bring up, oh, navigating by the stars. Motherfucker, you haven't even navigated past your grocery store. What the hell are you talking about? Navigating by the stars. Shut the fuck up.
It's not even a question of whether this so-called map represents globe or flat Earth. Like, can we talk about what would be California appearing to be an island not long ago, and all these other lands? I made flat. What?
They used to have They used to have a river behind the Bay Area that got emptied out, basically. That area that's I can't show it because I'm not on the PC. If I could, I could show you. But there used to be the sea used to go behind the Bay Area, and that stuff is now all towns and stuff. They emptied that shit out a long time ago, pulled all the water out of it. I don't know if it was a lake or but it used to be. Now it's all like, it's all green area. Normally when you're in areas like that and you see green strips, that normally means it's got water under it. It's fertile. And yeah, you look up the maps on the Bay Area and look at where the water used to be and where it is now, and you'll notice that there was a lot more water in California.
Old map versus new maps, they were saying?
Yeah. They emptied it out. They drained it.
The question is when and how, because remember our great great grandparents were a horse and buggy.
Well, they dried out Eastern California by putting in the Los Angeles aqueduct.
Yeah, they did a lot there.
That, all that snow used to melt off the Sierras, and there was beautiful lakes. There was beautiful lakes on the eastern side of California. Rivers, streams, and lakes and shit. And now it's all dried up because they took all the water, diverted it down to fucking Los Angeles so those people can shit in water. I guess. I don't know. But you see areas in Inyo County that are fenced off, like all along the aqueduct, that little bit of land inside that fence belongs to the Department of Water and Power from Los Angeles. Belongs to Los Angeles County.
How? Says who?
Yeah, it's an interesting story, man. You got to look into the water wars of Inyo County. You can do a Google search, do water wars of Inyo County. It'll tell you about all that shit, man. There were people trying to blow up pumping stations and all kinds of shit, man. They were having
California's one of the most wrecked states.
Oh man.
I mean, some of the things that have happened in the state of California haven't happened. Well, Washington State had a processing weapons processing plants up there that polluted a ton of stuff up there. The same thing with California. California had big ass lakes and a ton more natural water stuff that they literally, once the population got big, they needed more water. What do you think they did? They just drained it, or they drained anything that they could get.
Well, good evening, gentlemen. I'm not going to stay for too long, but I'll be listening in. I just need to correct you a little tiny bit there. Actually, quite a bit. They weren't draining the bay. You can't drain the bay because it has the inlet coming from the Pacific Ocean. What happened over the course of about 100 years, there was no trash system. So people would literally just take all their trash and just throw it into the bay. And what that ended up doing was creating a less of a shoreline. So that was a major thing. But then, and I live here, by the way. I know this because the only reason I know that is because my buddy, he is kind of a weirdo, but he goes for bottle hunting. And he said, yeah, all these bottles and stuff, like poison bottles and old whiskey bottles, people like to collect them. So what he does is he brought me out to the Hayward shoreline, where he would have this like a 6 foot long metal rod with a handle on it that he welded on there, and he would stick it down there. And he said, you can feel when you hit glass. Then he starts digging, and then you find these bottles that I didn't believe him at first. He's got hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of these bottles.
Oh yeah,
and he's like, yeah, here's an old map that his grandma gave him, and here's a new map of modern day. And that is what was going on in regards to like he found like human skull one time. He was like, "Oh fuck this," and so he just threw that to the side because he was.
Yeah, I'm talking like the inland water. I seen maps from a long time ago that showed water inland from the coast that was like west of west of the coast that is now just nothing.
There's two other things. There's a place called the Sunken City. It used to be part of Newark, California, but because they built it on basically a bunch of mud and shit, the entire city started sinking. And
like clay and shit.
Yeah, whatever it was, and it's illegal to go out there. It's actually fucking incredibly dangerous to go out there. And also, there is a place off the coast of San Francisco called the Farallon Islands, which I have gone out to multiple times with other people, and we were doing flat Earth observations, and it's like 32 miles off the coast, and the peak of the mountains of the islands is around 273 feet, I think, something like that. And sometimes on a clear day, you can see them from top to bottom. And that's also where the great white sharks, it's their breeding ground, which is ironic because the Farallon Islands were originally used as a toxic waste dump.
Yeah.
That nice.
Yeah. So, anyway, that's my little rant for now. I'm going to head to the store, but I'll be listening in the background on my phone, in my car.
See you, man.
I'll join you later on. Cheers.
Yeah, there's the Salton Sea's polluted. That's unlivable. I mean, anywhere on the side of it stinks like piss. It's full of it's full of off runoff from farm shit. So it's almost nothing living in it. What's the other one? What's that town they ran that hydrofluoride shit through it and polluted the whole thing? Hinkley.
Yeah.
Is the drinking water that's underneath there is full of that hydrofluoric, whatever the hell it was.
That was Aaron Brockovich.
Yeah. And that drinking water, that pollution's actually still spreading to this day to the groundwater. It's still going north and south. So, I mean, they were supposed to make all kinds of cities out there. I think one of them was called California City. It was gigantic. And nobody moved out there.
See that there? That's the sign for Perfection, Nevada, which is actually really in California in the movie Tremors. That's a buddy of mine. He's standing there by the sign. He came out to visit, and I took him over. I says, "You want to go see where that movie was filmed?" He goes, "Yeah." So we drove up the road about 2 miles, and bam, there it was. And that was, let's see, that's up on Mount Whitney.
Graboids. I was looking at a map the other day. Why didn't we ever take the Baja? That's the one thing I never
see those Joshua trees.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
those things are beautiful, man. They're beautiful, but they're deadly. Those fucking spikes on there, they look like palm fronds. They're like a Civil War bayonet. Those things, you could kill somebody with one of those easy as shit, easy as hell. But yeah, see, this was the main road going into where Perfection was. And then if you keep going in, there's an old airplane hangar down the road here where they got all the props that they made the town with. That was just right up behind my house. They just paved this one little area right here. So most days you can see that white spot right there? It's right here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, in the movie, you'll see Kevin Bacon. He's trying to pull that trailer up through here with a tractor. He's trying to pull it up through this little area right here. And if you look back here, you'll see white dust coming up in the air. And that's because that's a pumice mine right there. That's why that whole area around there is all white. It's a pumice mine.
Is that what they make pumice stone out of?
There's some of Sav's crop. There's another one. Uh-oh, who's that?
What is that stuff?
I don't know. Look at those crystals in that shit, boy. I'll tell you what. We get in real close. Look at that. I don't know what that shit is, bro.
Never seen such a thing.
I ain't never seen such a thing in all my life. But here, this will kind of, and this will get you into an idea. This is where the decline started. Now they've gone ape shit. And this is a few minutes. This is a few minutes, so bear with it. But this girl, she's not the one talking. You got to listen to this woman that's giving this speech. This was a few months back.
Exactly how they got us. Why you don't see justice. Why Trump's been trying to give us our sovereignty back. We were owned by a different corporation. You understand that? We weren't owned as America. It's deep. When we tried telling you guys this stuff is deep, you guys laughed at us. You mocked us. It is deep. Watch this video.
There has been perpetrated upon us the most heinous crime against humanity, and it goes so far back that you can't blame any of the administration because they are not a government. They are the United States Corporation. The U.S. government incorporated as a for-profit commercial enterprise in the Legislative Act of February 21st, 1871, 41st Congress, Session 3, Chapter 62, page 419, and chartered a federal company entitled United States, i.e., United States, aka U.S. Incorporated, a commercial agency originally designated as Washington, D.C., in accordance with the so-called 14th Amendment, which the records indicate was never ratified. The United States government is a foreign corporation with respect to the state. 19 Corpus Juris Secundum 541, location of United States. The United States is located in the District of Columbia. Secretary of the Treasury of Puerto Rico was appointed receiver over the bankrupt United States in the Reorganization Plan number 26 in 1950. Title 5, United States Code, Section 903, Public Law 94-564. The Secretary of the Treasury of Puerto Rico, Title 27, Code of Federal Regulations, Section 251.11. The title, Secretary of the Treasury, is a euphemistic abbreviation of the actual title, Secretary of the Treasury of Puerto Rico. The Internal Revenue Service was incorporated in Delaware, is not a part of the supposed U.S. government, which is but a de facto for-profit corporation masquerading as a government. It operates out of Puerto Rico. This is the IRS. It's not registered to do business in any state, is the bookkeeping and debt collection arm of the Secretary of the Treasury of Puerto Rico.
Now, there's something about that, and maybe Eric, you might know a little bit more about this too. I'd heard something about where because of that, you can actually send your fucking tax bill or whatever down to the treasurer or the post office or some shit in Puerto Rico, and they have to pay it.
Yeah, I was doing that. I had my IRS, my taxes all wiped out and paying the utilities and all that stuff. Signature makes the money. We're the creditors. All that stuff. If you want to pay, I mean, it's the problem goes back. Government, we all know, means mind control. So I'm sorry, Vatican. I'm sorry, Mullah. I'm sorry, Pharisee and priest, and all these titles. You're not my government,
right?
And I don't need your civil rights because that's Roman nonsense. There's law. There's entropy. Okay, if you don't know what that's a law. Science and law are one and the same. Actual true science is law. They're the exact thing. All this other stuff, your belief and your religion and your hocus pocus and your feelings, no, that's not law and that's not science. I don't know. So, I'm getting all these emails that the statutes of limitations run out today to sue the government over January 6th. I'm like, oh, yeah, you're using that Title 42 1983 civil rights. Good luck with that stuff. That's a big old trap. I'm sure your son, oh yeah, sue them under civil rights. Oh yeah, go ahead, play the Roman So yeah, no.
Play the Roman fucking game, right?
Yeah, but I mean, she's saying a lot of truth here, but she keeps saying government.
Well, you also have to keep it so that the fucking people you're talking to can kind of get it first. Then weed them out of using that term. You know?
They collect for the International Monetary Fund. Everybody who gets up into the administration, the Congress, the legislation, all the way down to the local level are corporations, private companies. We are their chattel. We are their inventory. They make money off of us, and you don't even know how deep it goes. And I apologize for my passion about this. But when I found this out, it was the only time that I felt hatred for the evil slime who did this to us. In 1871, when the United States became incorporated, they attached our birth certificates to a CUSIP number on the stock exchange, which equals slave trade. And it's done every time a baby is born. There is a bond trust account set up, and they trade us on the stock market. And this is all documented, and I know it's shocking. Some of you are hearing this for the very first time, and you're thinking, oh my God, how could they possibly? They go so far as to trick us that, have you ever been to court and the judge says, do you understand? Don't ever say you do. Say, no, Your Honor, I do not understand. That simple little word doesn't mean what you think it does. You have just given him permission, if you say, yes, I do understand, that you're going to stand under whatever he wants to lay on top of you. The courts are admiralty courts. The judges, the attorneys all belong to the Bar Association. It's still a little bit vague as to what bar stands for, but we do know the first word is for British. Some people say accredited, some say attorney, and a registry. They do not work for us, we the people. We the people are working for them. We don't need a gold standard. We are the value to the Federal Reserve note. We can give value to our United States currency. The Constitution that they're teaching today, as wonderful as it is to learn about a big portion of it, it's not the correct Constitution. It's actually a second Constitution, and that's the one that they wrote when they went incorporated. In 1933, there was the Emergency Banking Act. You've got the War Powers Act, Trading with Enemies Act, and every year, the United States corporation, masquerading as our supposed government, which is no more than elected officials like a CEO and the stockholders board for AT&T or Microsoft. So you're not voting for a legislation. You're not voting for a representative, because each and every one of them are bonded under a United States corporation. There's 37,000 subsidiaries of that corporation. Every agency, when you look it up on Dun & Bradstreet, is listed as a corporation. It is a for-profit private company, and we are their inventory. I feel bad knowing that I've been enslaved all this time, and I'm sorry for the people during the civil rights, all the wonderful ones who were already in slavery and they thought they were freed. We've all been in this boat together, and people need to really wake up, and we need to hold these corporate officials' feet to the fire and insist the corporation must be dissolved, the Federal Reserve must be banned from this country, And we must turn our system of judiciary back to a common law. If there's no harm, no loss, there's no crime.
That's what people can't fucking understand, that shit either. They can't get that idea between what is lawful and what is legal. What constitutes a crime and what constitutes a code violation or a statute violation. You need to learn this shit, people.
And everything else is a way to get you to pay. Even the court systems are hooked up to the QSIP system. When you get a case number on a court document and you're being charged with something, why do you think they call it a bill or being charged? Because that's exactly what's happening. They set that court number up, and it's attached to the stock exchange too. And from the moment you're arrested or charged, they start trading you on the stock market, swapping you just like they were with the derivatives and the default swaps on the mortgage. And that's a whole nother thing. We all know that's coming out in the mainstream media. Federal Reserve is meeting on November 2nd, the same day as elections. All I can say is wait for the sky to fall, because they know their house of cards is tumbling in on top of them. And if I do nothing but go to my grave, I will see them pay for their evil that they have committed.
You're just going to have to read the fucking captions, because I don't know why, but they decided to turn the music up toward the end.
Not only against our nation, but every nation out there. It's been an illusion. And they just, and every person who gets up, even Jennifer, Trent Franks, I don't care who they are, they know their position. They know they've been lying to you. Why do you think they have such a disregard for the Constitution? The Constitution. They know that they're doing as they damn well please, because as an employee of a company, and you go tell the boss how to run his company, do you think he's going to change because of you? And when you add this all up and you think back to some, especially lately, it's rolling over so quickly on itself. So when you go to the polls, I'm going to the polls. But I'm writing in the name of Jesus Christ, because there's no one I will not vote for the lesser of evil. Because evil is evil. And I hope that someday we'll all be able to have real elections with a de jure government, a de jure constitution, and a common law of the land.
I don't know why they found the need to turn the music up on that.
So many of these videos with this doom and gloom background music that, okay, I get it, you want to put on it, but maybe learn some audio engineering skills and just learn what background music is.
I think they do that on TikTok because they don't want people to share them off that platform. So, like if you put it on YouTube, sometimes that's why they put the music on there, so that it's hard for people to share it on YouTube. That's just my guess. I don't know that for a fact.
You mean you think like some sort of AI or algorithms doing it, and not the...
Oh, I think whoever makes the video or TikTok themselves put that background music in there so that like you won't be able to share it on YouTube and get it out more. Because if you put that on YouTube, it's going to pick up the music and copyright it or censor it or whatever.
I think that track was just a loop.
Yeah, I mean that one was. I'm just saying for some of them.
No, there's people like I've fallen for it that I want to put, because I've done film production and you want to put the music that's dramatic or upbeat or whatever. But
yeah,
come on, I mean, the subject matter, do we really need it?
No.
I don't know. But people, this goes back. I mean, she's stuck in. Wait, is there people out there that thinks we had a revolution for freedom and we got away from the feudal system?
Yes, there are.
Because this goes back to what they call the Middle Ages. Look up the Estates of the Realm. Okay? Then you got 1666, which they did that sit up the fire, of course, and that's the Seste KV Trust. And then the United States Corporation and Canada and all these other. They invented SSI in Canada, SSA here. This is nothing new, folks. Your forefathers didn't win jack shit. Your history is bullshit. Look it up. The Estates of the Realm. Now, here's the problem. They built it so this is church doctrine invoking church law. You can if you're Christian or Catholic, that would be called canon law or ecclesiastical. So all these people that want to bitch and scream, well, we don't want Sharia law. What? So you want your ecclesiastical canon Roman bullshit? Or you want your Noahide? It's the same shit.
Right.
Noahide, ecclesiastical, Sharia. It's church law.
Real quick, we finished those cabinets, right? And then I have to, and you're oh, man, glad that's done. Those were kind of a pain in the ass getting them all right and everything. And then I run across this, and I just feel like going, that is so cool. Fuck you. Wait till you see this. You're gonna love this. And that is like one of the coolest fucking things I've seen in a long time, man.
Yeah, that's pretty neat.
Had to be Japanese. They're so good at space mechs. I mean, that is use of space. That is efficiency.
Fernaflex 3D. I don't know if they're a company or what they are. FF&E, furniture, fixtures, and equipment.
I like to keep things pretty simple though, man. It seems like, you get into fancy stuff and it's all convenient and nice and stuff, but at the end of the day, it's like Doritos or Oreos coming out with a new flavor, but you always go back to the regular old one.
Yeah.
It's just like the best one is always the original to me.
Well, they always got those
What's that?
different what the fuck are they? Gatorades or Mountain Dew or something?
Yeah, it's just
Right,
like in the end, you always just stick with what you know. Well, at least that's me, I should say.
Oh,
but it is cool nonetheless. I did like it.
Oh yeah, sometimes a little change. Oh, cool! I remember when they had that blue Pepsi.
Mm.
I'd get that for work. I like that at work. But then that was before I would really, and that was like one of the only carbonated beverages I would get. You know. A lot of times I'd have some of that at home, but I was mixing liquor with it. So.
Yeah, I put like different organizers, like newer organizers in some of my cabinets and shelves and stuff like that, and they work out pretty good for saving space or getting, freeing up space.
I've got to redo these cabinets in here. These things are probably 60 years old or more. And well, the magnets on them don't work anymore.
Oh, yeah.
So they've been there a while.
Yeah.
And I'm hoping to get that straightened around. I got to fix this drawer in it. I keep forgetting it. And then when I'm like, oh, shit, yeah, this weekend. And it's like, well, fuck, I've left half my tools down on the job,
Yeah. Now, I got a question. Does everybody have a junk drawer?
Oh, yeah. In fact, we were joking about that today. We installed the doorknobs for the bedrooms and shit. Yeah. And they've got that little pin that comes with them so you can unlock it from the outside, to go in that hole with. It's just like it's a key. It's supposed to be a key, but you can do the same thing with a paper clip. Anyway, Mike says, yeah, go put them in that top drawer over there. And I said, see there, that's a shit drawer starter kit. He started laughing. I said, look, now we need to find a half dead battery somewhere to stick in there.
I got this little parachute thing too out in my tool cabinet, right? That's where all you got extra bolts and nuts and whatever left over. I always toss them in there. I'm like, I'll need to use them one day. It keeps going up, but eventually, if I need it, it's gonna be there.
Yep, I'm like that with any little thing. Or the worst part is you find a little random nut or a bolt, and you're like, what the fuck does this go to? It had to come off something. I better put it aside because then when I find out what it is, then I can know where it's at. And then it's like, You never do.
Yeah.
Until you throw it out.
But then the problem happens. You run and go buy that part, and then I don't know, a couple months later, you're like, "See, I knew I had one, but I panicked, ran to the store, bought a new one, and I didn't need to buy one."
Well, that's like one of those things. I have to repair our shit drawer because it got so heavy it broke the fucking slide. So it's sitting in there like on an angle kind of. And when you pull it out, you have to let it kind of wedge itself. And there again, I keep forgetting about the fucking thing. You know, it's like, you know, if I'd have been thinking about it today, maybe I'd have set me an alarm before I leave work so that I'll recall what tools I should bring home.
Your honeydew list.
Oh my God. I got a bunch of them are in my Jeep, but you know, as we need them, I go out to the Jeep and I get them and I take them inside and we use them. And I'm like, should I put this away? No, we're going to need it when we come back to do this other thing, blah, blah, blah. Like today, man, this shit, those sliding doors, for closets, right? The one, we got it finally so that it's like, because the wall's out of plumb. It's a 1980 fucking trailer, for crying out loud. So we got that. Once we got it so that it closed all the way right to the wall and got the jam all set up and everything. Then you go to open it, and then because the floor, it starts when it just about all the way open, it starts to rub on the little guide that's in the middle that keeps them from swinging back and forth, front and back. So I'm like, what are we going to do about that? We got the door up as high as we can get it so that it would clear. And what the fuck are we going to do? And so what we're going to end up having to do, because that laminate flooring is about 3/16. So I'll just set my router 3/16 and I'll cut the floor out and then drop the guide down by that much. I mean, it's 3/16 and it won't rub no more.
Yeah.
Probably what I'm going to have to do. And the way you know, you just cut it out to the shape of the fucking bracket that goes on it. So
yeah, you're not gonna be that guy that just shaves it off at the little bottom, and then you're like, oh crap, it's a little off at the top, and you shave some more at the bottom. Oh no, crap, it's off a little more at the top.
In fact, Mike was talking about, well, we could do that, and I says, you don't want to go down that road.
I know, right?
You don't want to go down that fucking road. Leave it square. We'll work it to what we got, man.
Yeah, but
yeah, that's a pain in the ass.
Got some.
Well, here we go.
Jerry rigging stuff.
So, you know, Lindsey Graham, when he went to the Ukraine, right?
Which time?
Not only did he wear a dress and makeup. No, I'm just kidding. He probably did, though. He spent $400,000 for a hotel.
Where the hell did he stay?
That's what I'm wondering, man. I'm like, brother.
Must have been a Holiday Inn Express.
Jeez. Yeah, that made him smarter, right? That guy... He is such a fucking fembot, man. He is, and he's constantly clamoring for war. It don't matter with who. It don't matter. He is anybody. He just wants to have war. This fucking guy. And if you want to have war so bad, there's a couple going on. You can go join up in.
Yeah, no kidding.
You know, we'll put on one of them fancy fucking suits and go out there. Here's your rifle. Bye. Have fun. Enjoy the germ warfare.
A little fruitcake could be dead in no time.
War pigs. I like that.
So let me understand if I got this right. So Lindsey Graham, who's laundering money from the Ukraine war and spending, I don't know, $350,000 to $400,000 for one night on some random hotel in Kyiv, and I'm sure there's no kickbacks coming back into Lindsey Graham's campaign. I'm positive of it. Now we're going to set up an oversight hearing where people like Lindsey Graham are going to be on the committee that investigates Tim Walz for the fraud that's taking place in Minnesota, while nobody investigates Lindsey Graham for the fraud that's taking place in Ukraine. Did I get that right? Let's jump over to my man, Script Keeper Elect, and he said they're all in on screwing Americans over. Lindsey Graham spending $400K on lodging in Ukraine. Is that considered fraud as well? Let me know what you guys think. I'm going to let Script Elect take it from here.
This Lindsey Graham news story is going viral today, but it's much worse than we thought. Hang with me for a moment. So what everyone's talking about is that he spent over $400,000 for hotel lodging during his trip to Ukraine this past weekend. But this is where it gets even more interesting. Nobody seems to be talking about who received the $400,000. So let's take a closer look at the International Business Center and find out how much more money they've received of our US tax dollars over the years. So one of the first things I'll do here is tap the little drop-down menu that says trailing 12 months and change that to all fiscal years. Now, if we scroll over to the right-hand side of the page, we can see a little bit more about who this International Business Center TOV is. We can see their recipient identifier, their address, which of course coincides with this being a foreign-owned business. Now, I tried to find out more information about this organization, but it seems to be non-existent anywhere else on the internet. I don't know who owns it or whether or not any congressional members have any ties to it. If anyone else has information about the International Business Center in Ukraine, drop it in the comments. Let's get back to our search. So now, using the recipient identifier from the previous page, you can see how many of your hard-earned tax dollars have been set aside for spending at this hotel in Ukraine. In total, we've obligated over $36 million to this hotel, and of that amount, we've already sent over $16 million since we first started sending money to this hotel back in fiscal year 22.
And if you think Lindsey Graham's the only one laundering war money, you got another thing coming.
A couple key words in there. There is no money. There's no tax. This whole, your tax. Okay, number one, I've spent my whole life not paying taxes or filing. Number two, use a credit card at Walmart. A credit card. You call it a credit card, but once you get that little receipt back, look at it. It says U.S. debit. There's only two things. There's credit and debit. All this other stuff, this is U.S. tax. Show me the definition of U.S. tax dollars in their code. It doesn't exist.
You know,
That's political stuff.
While they're busy auditing everybody else, nobody seems to want to audit themselves. Let's audit the Somali daycares. Let's audit this. Let's not.
They're finding out that's a fucking psyop. That whole thing about the daycare and shit.
Yeah.
That kid that broke the story just popped up out of fucking nowhere.
Oh yeah, that guy.
He was in Israel about a month ago.
Yeah,
his mom and dad were both popped for fucking fraud and money laundering.
Go figure. How do you think he knows so well about it? And it's like, who's paying for him to travel to all these places, right?
Right.
The first year that I filed exempt, I got audited immediately. Basically, in 6 months.
I don't file.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I proved to them that I didn't make over the amount, and then that was it. And I never heard another word about it, and I never filed again after that. I continued.
Oh my God, you're not in jail. You're not paying your fair share. Where that propaganda came from.
Wages are not wages are not income.
Yeah.
Wages are a barter. You trade your time and skill for a certain monetary amount. That's a barter. That's not income. That money didn't just fall in your lap. You didn't have any corporate gains. Okay.
In Illinois, they want to, or I think they did pass a bill to tax you on unrealized capital gains. It's like, what? Like, how do you know what that is?
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Hey, I'll be back.
All right. I'll be back. Do it like Arnold.
Yeah, you know something I started rereading again and rethinking in my expanded mind? The Prince by Machiavelli, because I read that long. Oh, what an evil guy this was. No, just if you're familiar with it, reread it with a different perspective. He's telling you how the system works. And it's not good versus evil. It's basically, are you a pleb or are you a proletariat?
Right.
Or you're just somewhere outside of that Hegelian dialectic. Because if you read it, they're just telling you how the system has worked for forever.
Yeah, they've been running this game on us for a long time. I think it's almost over, though. I do believe it's almost over. This was great. Netanyahu's speech to the Congress.
Oh, he's one of my dependents on taxes.
Oh, you're going to love this. You're going to love this.
Benjamin Netanyahu, the Freddy Krueger of Gaza. The school shooter heavyweight champion of the world. The man's killed a lot of kids.
My friends, the terrorist state of Israel want Palestinian civilians to die. Every man, woman, and child in Gaza. Israel's soldiers are deliberately targeting civilians. They fire rockets at schools, hospitals, mosques. They even shoot Palestinian women and children when they try to leave the war zone. Israel is deliberately starving the people of Gaza, all of them. We win, they lose. I want to thank President Trump for his leadership. I thank President Biden for the bombs and for being, as he says, a proud Zionist. Actually, he says a proud Irish American Zionist. May God bless the great alliance between Israel and America forever.
USA, USA. How many kids did we kill today?
It's an honest speech.
Yeah, no kidding.
And an honest reaction.
Last time I was in that building, I can say that I had a priori just this feeling that nobody's doing any work here. There's no serious business. There's no serious discussion. It's basically a museum. It's a movie set. That whole building.
Yeah.
There's nothing going on there except.
Sorry.
There's nothing real going on there, including January 6th.
What prompted you to go there to begin with?
I had a premonition that the government was going to attack it, and that's basically what it was. No, I'm sorry. It was the left-wing radical Democrats that staged it, the whole thing, of course. Had nothing to do with military, psyop, nothing like that. It was just the radical left.
He was right there with the QAnon shaman.
Yeah, I know. Like, I don't know.
I don't know, dude.
I knew a buddy I worked with went, so.
Did he get in trouble?
Yeah, he had to do a year.
Oh shit.
Jesus.
Yeah.
It was pretty much like we were
all telling him not to go.
Pretty orderly, from what I saw, pretty orderly, self-guided tour.
Yeah.
You know, other than somebody picking up the lectern and trying to walk away with it, and then somebody stopped him and said, "No," and he put it back.
He had a good job he's got kids, a family, had a good job at John Deere, lost all that. Not his family, but it's like, dude, why? We were all telling him, it's like, don't go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, as close as I am, I thought, this might be really interesting. I thought, but something inside me said, don't fucking get near it.
Yeah.
Don't get near it. Because I thought that would make some great video and shit, to see what the fuck's going to actually happen. Is this actually going to be? Are they going to actually hold Congress accountable? Are they going to go in there and hold these people to heels? What is going to happen? This would be a historic moment to document. But something in my gut said, "Don't fucking go."
Something told me, but I just had to go. Like, I don't know, God, whatever. I've been here on this earth in certain places, That's why some people, Eric's a deep, triple, quadruple agent, crisis actor. Oh, okay. I mean, accusation after accusation.
Right.
But I'm pretty certain I'm the only one that was not, out of the 1,600 people, I guarantee I'm the only one that was not a registered voter or I was just filming a movie set that nobody died at.
Well, not.
Yeah, I don't think that Ashley Babbitt thing was real.
Yeah.
No.
What about, I don't know. Okay. Not her, but wasn't there somebody like outside that got
Roseanne Boyle, supposedly, but she was tied in with Jake Lang, who's a Masonic Jesuit. The whole thing was, I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't know. I'm just asking.
Yeah, nobody died there from what I definitely Ashley Babbitt. That's just that. No, I mean no.
That's why nobody's been charged, because there wasn't no fucking murder. It's like Charlie Kirk. For Christ's sake, people are still playing like that shit was real. I've seen a few people coming out and saying, he might not have actually been killed, that kind of thing. And I'm like, fuck, we've been saying that from the start. That was just another example, just like the fucking Butler, Pennsylvania thing. That was fake as shit too. I said that today at work, and my boss, he goes, well, what about that guy, that Corey guy that died? That firefighter. I says, who died? Nobody fucking died. I says, where was the funeral? Trump said he was going to go to the guy's funeral and everything. There was nothing about that. There's no him going to this funeral. There's no memorial to this guy. Nothing whatsoever. And if you caught it, and they scrubbed it later, but if you caught the state police handling the quote unquote body before any coroner had arrived on the scene or doctor to pronounce the body dead, to look it all over, that's the coroner's job. They removed the body, not the fucking state police. And they had him by his pant legs, like carrying a dummy, which is exactly what I think the fuck it was a dummy.
Here's the thing. These institutions that you want to call government, the police, the coroner, the county, the feds, they can create paperwork. They can create records. Okay. We all know about, what do you call it? Witness. They can give you an ID. You think they can't put something online and say some fireman died?
Yeah. I mean, it's like, hold on a second, man. We didn't see anything like maybe NBC do an inside look into the firefighter who died at Butler, Pennsylvania. Nothing, man. It was all about Trump. Pretty soon everybody's wearing maxi pads on their fucking ears. And then he healed up, man, without any sign of trauma.
Speaking of that, Thomas Crooks, like they were supposedly looking into his parents, right? Because he lived at home. All right. And so the story goes. It's like, all they were gonna supposedly, like, they had gotten them, they lawyered up and they were gonna take them to court, and then it all became a nothing burger. And it's like, okay, well, we'll just stop talking about that since nobody cares. Yep. It's like, that's how that crap's all.
Look at his life story. He's like a New York Times bestseller at 22, and because this guy was just so smart, so apple pie, so Americana, that he got given this platform because he's smarter than everybody. How does that work?
Who are you talking about?
The backstory.
Who are you
Charlie Kirk. Charlie
Kirk.
Oh,
I was talking about Thomas Crooks.
Yeah, he kind of popped up out of nowhere too, like all these people do. All these fucking people do. Every one of these ones, they come up and all of a sudden you just hear about them. Like this Michael Knowles, boom, all of a sudden, thousands of fucking subscribers, millions of views. It's like, where the fuck did you come from? Where the hell did you come from? I have to ask myself that. For that matter, where the fuck did Ben Shapiro come from?
Candace Owens. I mean, how old is Candace Owens? 35? So she's been here.
I don't know. Not that old.
She's been here pretty much for the the first Trump. Look at all these people that came 2015 out of nowhere.
Yeah.
The past decade, out of nowhere, because they're just smart, well-spoken people.
Yeah. I mean, it's like sometimes I catch a clip of that redacted.
Yeah.
And he'll come out and he's got some video about something, and I'm like, holy fucking God, man, catch up. We've been talking about that. That was old news 3 years ago. Where the fuck are you? You're just now getting it. But the thing is, I'm glad he puts it out there, because more of the normies watch redacted than watch me. And if he's putting the information out there, then they're going to use that perception deception to listen to it.
Yeah.
You see,
that's what I was kind of trying to get the point across. Like, I don't trust any of those people. I don't, want them to be the voice of anything, but they have such a big following, like you're saying, that maybe that certain people will catch on and then wake up to it all,
right.
Even those people, but those that, you need that to a certain extent, where there's so many people, so many eyes on that. At least they're telling, but it might be that 20-80% truth, to falsehoods, or 10-90, whatever the case is. But at least there's that little bit in that they can take that little bit of truth, and then from there, kind of expand
and look into it deeper. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. and take off some of the quote unquote system spin that they like to put on shit.
Right.
You know, because they're always pushing a fucking agenda.
Right. Or trying to sell something.
This was pretty good right here. This chick right here. I'm just going to say Anna Kasparian did not kill herself. Okay.
You can't afford to buy a home because $8 trillion of your money was spent fighting Israel's enemies in the Middle East.
Iraq, Iran, and Libya are racing to develop nuclear weapons.
That same $8 trillion could have bought over 34 million homes at $250,000 each. And if a family of 4 lived in each home, 132 million Americans could have had free housing. But Zionists had other priorities for your money.
You are wondering whether you can afford to have another child because childcare is so expensive. Meanwhile,
your tax dollars fund free childcare in Israel for every Israeli child. That's one reason Israel's birth rate is higher than America's. Americans are subsidizing Israeli families while struggling to start their own.
And if you objected, if you had the audacity to ask why your children were being disinherited in your country,
they will call you an anti-Semite.
That's why people are so angry about
work a job that you likely hate and have a portion of your earnings taken from you by our federal government and funneled to the Israeli government so they can commit atrocities in the Gaza Strip. Are you okay with that? Because I'm not okay with that. And nothing gets under my skin more, okay, than hearing these pieces of crap
and then spit in our faces.
You see these videos of Christians, priests with crucifixes around their necks getting spit on in Jerusalem.
Jewish men and children spitting on
Christian worshipers.
A small child spit on one of the pastors.
Chosen, baby.
Except you mentioned it before about this American thing. Look up the definition of American, people. U.S. citizen. Dave's son knows a lot about this, about what your nationality is. So every time I hear this American, I'm not saying I agree with it because New York is just a political fake ass border anyway. But according to their own system, that's your nationality. Go look it up. So every time I hear this American or MAGA, make America great, what are you talking about? You don't even know.
Right. Well, and that's so ambiguous too. I've said this before. Make America great again. Okay, that would imply that at one time it was great. When was that? And what is the definition of great? Okay, so everybody that's sitting there with their dull look in their eye and a red hat on their head and going, yeah, MAGA, make America great again. They all have a different idea of what and when that was. It's perfect. They just bled along with nonsense. That's what they seem to be good at. But what if I told you that it's possible that J.D. Vance and Erica Kirk are actually the same person?
Nothing surprised me anymore.
How'd they pull off the hug?
That I don't know. That would be a good one.
They morphed.
Music reviewer Anthony Fantano posted this. The tweet says, "Am I going nuts?" And as you see there, it's a side-by-side picture.
Of course, we've got several different. It looks like we got a couple of different Erica Kirks too, though. So,
J.D. Vance and Erica Kirk. The implication being, well, they do kind of look alike. Then, of course, Grok gets involved. This woman, Canadian Jennifer, said at Grok, "Do these two look related?" And you just will not believe Grok's response. This is what Grok said. They share striking facial similarities, same eye shape, nose, and overall structure. It's actually J.D. Vance in both. A standard photo and one from his Yale days in drag with a blonde wig. They're not related. They're the same person. Thank you, Grok, for clarifying this important point. Because while the rest of us just think they look like siblings, apparently Elon Musk's Grok thinks Erica Kirk is J.D. Vance in a wig, which would not be the first time that has happened. Simply incredible work.
Of course, I don't really believe that. Well, I don't know. Which Erica Kirk is J.D. Vance? That becomes the question, you see. Oh, I've got crazy.
Well, they all got some devil eyes, that's for sure.
They do. Her eyes were freaky looking, man. When
Her eyes are something else. She's got, she's got them Kenneth Copeland eyes.
Kenneth Copeland eyes. Yeah, that dude. He's a scary fucking guy. I wouldn't want him to baptize me, man. I'd be afraid he wouldn't let you back up. You know.
Wait. Before you, I see who's coming up there in the bottom. You know, at this point in today's day and age, like the police say when you try to ask them, I don't even know if this whole JFK RFK assassination wasn't just a big hoax as well. Now, just nudging the people, nudging to just see how much they. I don't know. At this point,
adding drama to the script at the same time. I don't know. You know, there's some speculation on the actual validity of the assassination itself.
That's why I was asking about when all these Epstein files came out and supposedly everybody was unredacting them by copying and pasting. It's like, well, then why don't you do that to the JFK files? Why don't you do that to these files? Like, that's why I wondered about that kind of thing. But anyway,
like they did that on purpose, maybe. I don't know.
The last president we had that would have been somebody that I could have registered and voted for was John F. Kennedy. Anybody who knows anything about serious history and research knows who the fuck killed John F. Kennedy.
Israel.
The precursor to AIPAC was the American Zionist Council, and he was absolutely committed to having that registered as a foreign agent. The other thing that he was going to do, have Dimona, which is the nuclear power plant where a Jewish spy stole the nuclear technology and took it back to Israel. He was going to insist on having that inspected, which would have stopped their nuclear weapons program. However, this is the most dangerous thing, and I definitely want to give this to you. This is a $5 note. This is 1963. John F. Kennedy was president at that time. At the top, where a normal bill will say Federal Reserve note, what does it say? United States note. That's backed by silver. That's not a Federal Reserve note. And he issued that.
Looks so different.
And he was dead within 5 months.
Can't have real money, man. Don't go against them little small hats. They'll kill you.
Nope.
They'll kill you.
Well, the one thing about Zionism, everybody automatically thinks Jewish, but just look into the Jesuits and all that too.
Yeah.
It's Jesuits, Masons, Jew. I don't know. When I use the term Jew, I'm talking about all of them.
Ashkenazis and Khazars. That's basically all I can say about that, because Theodore Herzl and most of these fucking people are atheists anyway. They're atheists that think that they're God's chosen people. Think about that for a minute.
Well, it's mainstream. Zionism is a political movement. I mean, even according to the mainstream, it will not say it has anything to do with a religion, or it's a political ideology.
Yeah. And it's geared toward, well, there's actually two factions that are trying to like overtake one another. And it's communism and Zionism, but both of them are the same end result. Both of them are the same end result. And it ends up with a small hat in charge of everybody. Okay. As if they don't have that already. You know what I mean? Maybe that's what they're trying to hang on to, but people are waking up to it and they're going, you know what? Fuck all this noise.
I think the end goal that this global system is trying to push is, go read the Unum Sanctum, where you all got to go through the papal Roman Empire, one world religion, one world. That's just throw the Jews under the bus, merge all the Christians and Muslims, and back under Rome.
Well, the further they keep pushing everybody into debt, which is happening and making the economy worse, the more people are going to wake up, like you keep saying. They're going to be like, what the hell's going on here, really? And I think we've reached that point where everybody's like, dude, I can't pay my bills anymore. It's like, so, you keep telling me that you're making everything better, but I ain't seeing it in real life.
They're trying to turn this Trump and his, let's even say his family, into a dynasty here.
Yep.
And they're trying to turn him into a king. I think that they want people to be so done with the republic and democracy and all that, whatever you want to call it, the left and right, which they are, they're going to push the people. So they're going to be begging for a king.
Yeah, listen, they damn near already are. They damn near already are. I see them where people talking about, oh, Barron Trump, he'll be a future president and all this other shit. And I'm like, why? Why would you even think that? I don't even think that the fucking kid can speak.
I was gonna say, I think he's autistic.
I've never heard the kid say a fucking word.
He's another one, just like you, on that they said is such a genius. He's like, oh, he was so great with the young kids, and he was all about social media. It's like, how do you know that? Like he doesn't go to a school where the rest of the public kids go to school. Or how many people does he actually know? I'm pretty sure he's pretty sheltered, living in that lifestyle. That he ain't gonna be talking to a whole lot of people outside of his Trump circle, basically.
Yeah, this is crazy as shit.
Well, I can say that I actually met Eric face to face a couple times.
Really?
And there was something that was.
Did you do a couple lines with him? A couple rails?
No, that was Trump. I seen it, but no, Eric. Some people say they're hermaphrodite. There was something not very male about the guy. Yes, he was tall, but something was not right. I don't know.
I find it weird that they all refer to their dad in the third person. Like they call him Trump, like not dad. It's like, oh, Trump. It's like, why would you call your dad by your family's last name? That's so freaking weird.
Because they're selling a brand. I have the number. Trump is
right.
It's a register. It's registered. They sue people over using it. They own it. Trump is
I wouldn't doubt if Donald had him sign an NDA that they have to do that. And you're right, it is a brand.
Yeah, Trump Tower, Trump Casino.
Yeah.
Trump. Oh yeah. By the way, to anybody that's Trump is go onto his get off his political side. Go to his real estate development. All his all the current projects are in UAE. I think Malaysia. There's not one anywhere in North America. But yeah, he's making America great.
Yeah, and they're making all kinds of money in this crypto shit. Dude, this guy, he's really something else. But like I said, I don't think he's going to live. I think he's either going to be 25th or he's going to be fucking die. Because I've seen more than enough about him. Take a look at his hands real close next time. Then show him on TV or whatever, or in a video. Fucker's got that bruising they get from putting that IV in their hand. They have to put it in the hand because his other veins are all fucked up. And they switched over to the other hand now. And he's got a Band-Aid and makeup and shit on the back of his hand.
Well, we don't even know if that's the organic man or if it's who knows what it is. I agree that they're going to.
And he's such an idiot, though. He comes out. Listen, this was crazy. Listen to this shit. This is nuts. It says, I eat a lot of aspirin.
The Wall Street Journal just published a bombshell article on Donald Trump's health where they actually interviewed him, and it's really bad for Trump. So here are the most significant things from this article. First of all, Donald Trump takes 4 times the daily recommendation of aspirin every single day and has apparently done this for the past 20 years.
Which is horrible for your fucking liver. Come on, man.
Said, they say aspirin is good for thinning out the blood, and I don't want thick blood pouring through my heart. I want nice thin blood pouring through my heart. Does that make sense? No, it does not. His skin has also become incredibly delicate, according to his advisors, so much so that Pam Bondi gave him a cut on his hand when she high-fived him at the RNC. Trump tried to claim that he works from 10 a.m. to 7 or 8 p.m. in the Oval Office, but he also asked his staff to modify his schedule so that he can have fewer meetings during the day. His staff has also advocated for him to rest more, telling him to spend 2 weeks in Florida. Also, for his swollen ankles, doctors recommended that he wear compression socks, but they didn't stay on long because apparently He didn't like them, so he's ignoring them on the socks and aspirin and more. He also called exercise boring, saying, I just don't like it. I don't want to walk on a treadmill. And apparently he doesn't sleep except when it's in public in important meetings. And also he hasn't changed his diet whatsoever. He still eats McDonald's very frequently. His hearing has also gotten worse according to the article. So to be clear, he's not eating well. He doesn't exercise. His hearing is going. His skin is delicate. He takes 4 times the daily recommendation of aspirin and more. Not good.
I would say that's not good at all. He says, I want nice thin blood going through my heart, not thick blood.
But this kid's a liberal Democrat, and he was defending. But they were doing the same thing with Biden not long ago. I mean, it's like,
well,
people have no power.
Thing, I've been observing Trump, okay, and this isn't the only guy you'll see that's talking about this. There's another guy that actually works with people that have what Trump's got.
Oh yeah, no, he
yeah. So that's where I go first and foremost, and I try to encourage the audience to do that too, is to dissect and digest the information. Forget who's telling it to you. In fact, I think that kid's AI. He doesn't even look like he's real. He looks like a fucking puppet to me. But who knows? These kids, they don't look like they used to. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, I mean, they be in their mid-20s and they still look like they're 13.
But here's the thing. Does anybody believe that the Oval, again, it's the same like the Capitol. These politicians, they don't, it's charades, it's puppetry. They're just like, yeah, he's working and reading the codes and the statutes and what do you think these people do?
What do you mean?
As far as what?
The only thing I see is they talk politics and then they have a photo op where we're going to do war or this is that. Like, they're not.
Oh, it's about 90% telling you what they're going to do. About 3% actually spent trying to do it. And the rest of it is excuses as to why they haven't done it yet.
Well, I know what they do. They campaign for their next election. That's all they do.
Yep.
It's just
but those executive orders, whether it's Trump is signing or Biden's signing, oh look, I have a magic pen. Now it's the law, and people believe that this is the law. Look, it's just
bullshit. That's bullshit. You know what? I wouldn't be surprised if this guy does make it any time, that if he didn't start wearing a fucking uniform or something. You know, especially if we go to war, if we go full-fledged to war or something, and listen, they aching for it. Here, baby comes over next thing. Oh, Iran's on the table.
Dress him up like Gaddafi. Put some outrageous. Why not?
Sure, I can see him in a. No, I can't. I'd be like trying to polish a turd. I don't know. So you know this. Here's another one that's came out of nowhere and skyrocketed with a viral video. This guy Nick Shirley. I'm sure by now that you've heard this name. This is the supposed investigative reporter, independent, that broke open the Somaliland fucking story with all that shit. Well, he could be an Israeli agent. Listen to this. There's a lot of people that broke into this. These folks have gotten into all kinds of trouble, all kinds of shit. Listen to this.
Did you know Nick Shirley literally went to Israel like at the start of the year? Right, straight up. He's a wall kisser. Wouldn't it be crazy if I told you that this whole Minnesota daycare story was covered back in February of this year by this guy? Yeah. This shit isn't even new. I don't know. This is such a manufactured bullshit story. It's pissing me off. And Elon Musk has just chosen to like crown Nick as the new independent journalist we can trust. Yeah, well, his parents committed massive fraud and money laundering, just like Elon Musk does. And your daddy, hey, did your daddy diddle your own stepsister and then have kids with her, Elon? Right, he did that, yeah? Cool. Anyways, all a stage, baby, bread and circus. And the bread be fucking stale and the show's getting pretty old and unfunny. Peace.
No, you're not gonna punch me. You're gonna punch me? You're gonna punch? You want to punch me? Because I'm too smart? Nick Shirley wants to punch Jonathan Mason, and if he does, it's gonna be one hell of a time.
Yeah, my money's on Jonathan, because Nick Shirley ain't never punched no one, except maybe like one of his ex-girlfriends.
It's providing he's in the girls.
Well, that's an assumption.
Wait. How can you be an independent journalist if you're supporting one color, red or blue, or voting? That's a political hack.
Well, independent meaning not affiliated with any of the news agencies.
Like not Fox or MSNBC.
Like not NBC, not Newsweek, not Wall Street Journal, no publication, no affiliate television or anything else like that. Like just an independent journalist,
Even though they come from there, but yeah.
Right, exactly. So anyway, that was part 2 of 2 parts, really. This is actually the first part from that guy.
You talking about how Nick Shirley's parents were convicted of money laundering and fraud? Well, charged with in Utah. And his sister, Bailey, was accused of running fraudulent gyms and money laundering money through gym memberships. Basically, it was a third-party membership like collector for gyms and then wouldn't give the gyms the membership dues it collected. I gotta love that. What a good American family. Can I just say, I don't even like talking about this. I think it's worth bringing up, but this whole thing screams psyops. Nick Shirley's a fucking fed. It's insane to me that he calls himself a journalist. He uses staged scenes and just rage baits people. He is an apparatus of the system, and everything he touches turns into division. So fuck that guy. Again, I'm not saying that these Somali daycares aren't a problem. I think they definitely are. I think there's a ton of money laundering happening. It's not just Somali daycares. It's like they're giving you the little crumb while they're hiding the whole cake. Look at Ukraine. Look at Israel. Look at some other places. You're welcome. Or just keep fighting about race and just keep doing what they want us to do. We could also do that. That is probably what we'll do. Ain't that right? Let me add this after the fact. Even the kid, the Somali kid wearing the expensive glasses in the press conference where he talks about losing the files. That seems staged to me. Like you're telling me he's so dumb he wore the expensive glasses for the interview? No, it's put there purposely for you to notice and get mad about. Stop falling for this shit. It's both sides. It's both sides.
Yeah, boy.
100%. I have all the records I need that Antifa and the Proud Boys were all run by military intelligence police. All that stuff in the street. Oh, we're going to have a paintball war. And there's no cops around.
That's what I was saying about earlier with Lindsey Graham. It's like, oh, okay, you're auditing all these people. Well, why not audit Lindsey Graham? All that money he supposedly spent. What did you say, $400,000 to go to a hotel?
Yeah,
great, dude.
Yeah, come on, man, buy the hotel.
No kidding.
Fuck. That's definitely laundering. That ain't no.
Where's
the
same
thing as the military does too. Paying. $400 for a fucking hammer and shit.
Yeah, I know.
What the hell,
Yeah. You ever lose something in the military and they make you pay for it? It's like, this thing, you're going to make me pay $70 for a canteen? Like, the hell out of here.
Fucking extruded plastic shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then send me out, give me a plastic canteen and then send me out where there's a bunch of fire. That's stupid.
That was great when I learned that in Paris Island. They go in there and they give you all that, trauma-based mind control to turn you into a Marine, and then they throw all these fucking clothes off. You cut your hair. Oh yeah, by the way, this comes out of your pay. What the fuck?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah, they don't tell you that.
Yeah.
The recruiter didn't tell me
And
that
then,
shit.
They give you a list before you go to basic training to get a few things here and there, and then you get them. You get to basic training, they're like, yeah, you don't need that. We'll give you what you need, and then you're paying for that again.
So
it's just like jail, commissary.
Yeah,
isn't it funny they use the same thing, commissary?
It's the same thing, yeah. It really is. It literally just they're two of the same thing.
Thank you for your service.
They trust you to lock yourself in.
Don't thank me, thank your recruiter.
By giving you a special suit, and if you do it right enough times, then they give you a little fucking stripe on your shirt.
I don't know how it was in the Army, but when you graduate Paris Island and they take the graduation photo and the famous dress blues, that ain't even real. You go there in your fatigues and they put this little smock on you and this hat. No, they didn't give me the dress blues. It was a smock.
Huh. We didn't know. We was in our dress greens.
Yeah.
And we had to have on those overcoats, because it was cold as fuck, man. It was January.
We did it inside a theater, the graduation, but yeah, same thing, greens. But
Yeah.
Yeah, that
Oh,
that
we were
Depends on
outside.
what branch you're in.
We,
They're
we were
different colors, but
outside. It sucked, man. It sucked ass. I couldn't wait. Finally, I found because my orders were cut. I was going to Georgia. I was like, well, I know it's a bit warmer there. Fuck yeah. I was ready to roll, man.
warm. Well, warm to cold to warm.
And it was, yeah, I did not like New Jersey at all, especially basic training. I don't like the cold anyways. And I went in November 13th, 1983. Man, let me tell you something. New Jersey in the wintertime sucks ass.
Yeah, I went to Maryland in the wintertime at AIT. I went from hot ass Fort Sill in Oklahoma in basic to Maryland, which is cold as hell in the wintertime off the Chesapeake Bay there. Aberdeen. Yeah, it was
Proving Grounds.
Yeah, I got bronchitis there. It was terrible. It was right at the end, right as I was getting out, luckily. And then I went home for
that shit is all from those fucking vaccines they gave you.
Oh, I know. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Dude, I tell you what, everybody comes down. Oh, it's an upper respiratory infection. It's because of the ventilation. Or it's like, well, motherfuckers you ain't fixed this shit in 60 years. What the hell?
Yeah.
You know? No, it's from the vaccines and shit they give you.
They were giving us anthrax shots about that time too.
God.
And if you actually look at your intake, your what do you call it? Your contract papers and your discharge, they use different names. They'll put like
214.
Yeah. So your intake, your enlistment papers will say United States Navy, but then your discharge says U.S. Navy. So again, we're still under the Lieber Code, martial law, and even if you weren't really in the military, every U.S. citizen is in the military. Damn well they're doing bonds and stuff after you, me, and yeah. Why is there a discrepancy? Oh yeah, go ahead and look at it.
Forced to vote or jail. What the fuck is that kind of shit, man? That's bullshit.
Oh, he's in Australia.
Oh yeah.
It's
dude,
illegal.
You guys are in a lot of trouble down there. Y'all foolishly gave up all your fucking guns.
Yeah.
That was the worst thing y'all could have done. This is why they're running roughshod on you. Same thing in New Zealand. They have a bad time doing that here. I can tell you that right now. They would have a real bad time doing that here. Anyway, this is remember that doctor I told you, this guy that he works with these patients.
Kevorkian? I'm just kidding.
Yeah, right. Let's get that. There's the White House doctor. That's what we need.
Get in, losers. We're going medical malpractice shopping. I'm a physical therapist with a doctorate in my field and 14 years experience working in home health care treating geriatric patients, just like the president. Now, first things first, this entire article happened because the Wall Street Journal reached out to the White House for comment after they had gotten all of their info from their sources inside the White House. And in response, the president picked up the phone because he's fucking terrified that it's all going to come crashing down. He told him that it's too bad that I took the advanced imaging because it gave them a little ammunition. Also remember that the Wall Street Journal is owned by Rupert Murdoch, who himself met with J.D. Vance and Peter Thiel, among others, at his ranch in Montana to plan out the post-Trump world. Rupert Murdoch does not care if Trump does not make it to the end of this term. When asked about the procedure or the scans by the Wall Street Journal, Trump and his doctor, Sean Barbarella, said he got a different form of imaging, a CT scan. He would have gotten a CT scan if it was an emergency or if they were looking for a stroke. In my opinion, at this point, he got both because they were scared he'd had a stroke or suffered another one. And they also want to track the amount of atrophy in his frontal lobe and in his temporal lobes because I suspect he has frontotemporal dementia. And Trump is doing his best to say it wasn't an MRI, it was less than that. It was a scan. Folks, a CT scan is not less serious than an MRI. They're different tools for different things. He wants you to believe that he did not make a massive mistake by admitting that he had an MRI. He's eschewed the advice of his doctors and scoffed at the medical community's widely accepted health recommendations, relying instead on what he calls his good genetics. You mean the genetics that gave you dementia, just like both of your fucking parents had, you dipshit? Trump and his doctors say he's in excellent health. You're both lying pieces of shit. He's also taking a way bigger dose of aspirin than doctors actually recommend. He told the Journal, they say aspirin's good for thinning out the blood, and I don't want thick blood pouring through my heart. I want nice, thin blood pouring through my heart. Does that make sense? Fuck no, it doesn't make sense. Also, why are you so worried about the blood coming through your heart unless you've already had a cardiac event or you're at a really high risk of having one? I'm just asking questions. There was so much in this article that I had to make a part 2 that I'm going to post tomorrow. Folks, I honestly believe he's got 2 to 4 months left in the land of the living, or at least as a functional enough of a human being to actually not have the 25th Amendment invoked against him. Y'all keep bullshitting me when I say 2 to 4 months, but I mean, it's like every day there's something new. And I don't mind being wrong about that, but I'm going to be fucking insufferable if I'm right. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Yeah, physical therapist. There was somebody else talking about this too. Oh, yeah. This is a little more on Nick Shirley's folks. This is, man, you know, like I've said about these globe-tard flat earth haters that have these channels and shit. And like this guy, this Nick Shirley and everything, just like I suspected, how did he get put up to this? You know, here's the parents are in trouble or whatever. Okay, here's what we do. We're going to run a psyop or whatever. You know, I'm just saying that they offer up a deal. You know, it's either you're going to do time for this or you can do this and, you know, we'll wipe it clean. You know, I think that goes on.
That's what they do. Look at the average of how many Americans have a criminal record. Look how many people yeah, man. That's what they flip you. They tried to flip me.
He was part of that influencers at the White House. He's what's the other one? Jack Posobiec. He's a good one that lives at TikTok. All of them come out of nowhere. So
yeah,
yeah, all of them. Cat turd.
Yeah, cat turd. Oh my God, that guy. He's got Trump's dick so far down his throat. I don't think he can actually see what the fuck is actually going on. Cracks me up. I'll see his shit come across on my feed and I'm like, oh my God, dude. I've left comments too, like, dude, could you get any deeper down on his dick?
That's the other thing right there, right? It's amazing how what the stuff that comes across your feed, you know. It's like why are they feeding this to me?
Oh, One Mind, One Spirit and Weedlander are having. I was gonna ask Weedlander, it's like, you know, that's why it's going so stellar with the crime rate over there where you're at now, Weedlander. You know,
who the hell is that?
Yeah, I don't know. He says in Europe we don't need guns.
All right, well,
that's good for you.
Yeah,
enjoy that shit. We're not doing it. I don't care how many psyops you want to pull. It's not happening because in the end, who's going to come and get the guns? Oh, that's right, guys with guns. And then what happens? Oh, they're the only ones that have the guns, right? But surely they would never abuse that, would they?
Surely.
No. Jesus Christ. Of course they would.
Who are you calling Shirley?
Immediately. Just ask our friend over here in Australia about it.
Yeah. Well, they are. I predict that. Look at Dominic Izzo, Cop Talk Live, Long Island Audit. This whole police audit, it's gone way beyond auditing now. The cops are officially male, female, but I don't care. The cops are terrorists. Yeah. And now you have former cops saying Americans are going to start shooting back at cops.
Yeah.
They're the front line.
Yep.
I'm not promoting it, but
no, but it's inevitable. It's a logical sequence of events. You know, you can predict what's coming by what is going on. You know, it's not that hard to do. And there are a lot more people are getting sick and tired of that shit. I've seen a lot more videos where they're saying, oh, this cop was killed or the cops were shot and this, that, and the other. And I'm like, holy shit. You know, and I look at the comments and people are saying, you know, well, now he's a good cop, you know, shit like that. And I'm like, whoa, you know, there's not this bootlicker mentality starting to subside, but you still got a lot of them. Now I was trying to explain to somebody how the fucking sobriety checkpoints are nothing more than an end run around the Fourth Amendment. That's all they are. Well, they keep drunk drivers off the road. Well, if you let them do it for that, then they can do it for any fucking thing. Look, if you can't just arbitrarily pull somebody over for no reason, then you certainly cannot pull over everyone for no reason, even if it is under the guise of public safety.
Was it you that said you followed a cop into somewhere and he said he was texting it on his phone or whatever or something?
He was talking on it. He was talking on his phone right there with it in his left hand, which put it right there at the window. You could see him plain as day doing it. And that adds insult to injury, because it's sort of like, motherfucker, you don't give a shit if anybody sees you.
Exactly. And that's in Iowa just passed a law the beginning of this year that you can't be on your phone. You'll be ticketed for being on your phone for any reason.
Right.
It's like, okay, but the cop can do it all day long. Right. I got it.
Right.
Technically, I've seen their logic. If you're sitting in a parking lot, maybe the car's even off, they might come up and say, "Oh, you're on a mobile phone in a car," and that's a crime.
Sure. Yeah. My buddy got a ticket for sitting in the McDonald's line with his phone. I'm not shitting you. I was like,
that's private wild. Property. They can't even do anything traffic
I don't know what
in
he
a
did
parking
about
lot.
It, but yeah. I think he's kind of one of those ones that just gives in, he probably just paid it.
Yeah. Well, they roll the dice on that. Because they don't give a fuck. Because the moment you're charged, they start fucking making money off you.
Yeah.
Yep.
Immediately. What the fuck? It's right there in the word, charged.
Look it up, and don't do Black's Law. Look up Bouvier's law. And what I've done is I just accept the charge and discharge. I don't care. Hey, judge. Oh, you've got 8 manslaughter charges on me. A murder charge. I know what a charge is. Oh, it's only a misdemeanor. Oh, they only charged me with a misdemeanor, not a felony. Oh, I'm so great. Look up what a charge is. Murder charge.
Yep.
Oh,
yeah, Sue said they're fishing more likely. Yeah, it's a lot of times.
Oh, all the time.
Yeah.
They want you to be sure. They want you to get you in fear and be, get an attorney, because then you're incompetent and you're contracted to be, and they're managing the estate. That's all. It's all business. It has nothing to do with safety or any of that nonsense. It's a lie.
Well, no, look at all the people Tennessee was pulling over and giving DUIs that were blowing complete zeros, had no drugs in their system, nothing, just because of that.
A lot
and
of people.
And the sheriffs have come out and said, yes, we were ordered to, or else we'd get fired.
A lot of people.
They create a bond. They create a bond. As soon as they charge you, there it is, right there. Boom.
I know people that have gotten off those because their little machines weren't calibrated right when they went to court. They're like, was your machine calibrated? And they've gotten off because, it either wasn't or they didn't know or what have you. But most people don't even think to ask them or even want to deal with it.
Right.
No, that's why first thing is you don't take a lawyer, and you don't ever represent yourself, and you never argue and defend yourself. Read the Prince again. Machiavelli never, it says it right there. Never defend yourself. Always ask them questions.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm just saying that some people that don't know any of that, there's other methods that they go through too.
Yeah,
I know, but defending, once you say, like, oh, you don't want an attorney, that means you want to represent yourself. No, I said I'm here. I'm presenting these. I want to take care of these matters and these charges. No, I'm not here to defend.
Hold up. I want to address what Weedlander's got up here.
Right, he's a troll.
Okay, I'm going to tell you something, Weedlander. Where I live at, everybody has a fucking gun. Most people have several guns. Okay, you know what our murder rate and crime rate with guns is? Fucking zero. Damn near zero where I'm at. Every once in a while, you get somebody to pull some shit, but they're usually an out-of-towner, okay? But that's the reality of it. Now, in places where they have the most strict gun laws, like Washington, D.C., New York City, Chicago, Los Angeles, those have some of the highest crimes committed with guns than anywhere else in the United States.
Yep.
So what does that mean? That means that when you make the guns illegal, only criminals will have guns. Now, do criminals really give a fuck if their method of committing a crime is illegal or not? Of course not. Because they're already criminals. They're already breaking the law. So they don't give a fuck. What in the world kind of thinking is your weedlander head into? You need to
Wait a
land
minute.
and stop smoking some weed because you ain't thinking right, brother.
Wait a minute. I don't even know what he means by a legal gun. What are legal guns?
He doesn't even know what he means.
No, that's another stupid thing. Legal gun. What do you mean legal? What does that mean? I have a right to defend myself, however means I see necessary. I have the right to keep and bear arms.
What about all them?
I have a couple sword, a fucking knife, a hatchet, a lamp, whatever the fuck. I have the right to keep and bear arms. I even have a fucking howitzer.
That's right.
It's not practical. It's kind of hard to tow around behind your Jeep and shit, but you know, you can have one. And yes, you can have a nuclear missile.
If they existed.
If they existed, right. Now, what you plan to what you choose to do with that is a different story. For instance, anybody can walk into a hardware store and buy a framing hammer. Anyone. A framing hammer is a devastating weapon if used as one, because it has a claw on one side and a bludgeoning device on the other side. And they usually weigh anywhere between 14 and 28 ounces, which means one swing can kill someone. Okay? Was that an assault hammer? No, it's not. It's not
Hammer violence.
Only, yeah, hammer violence. You see? So everything's a weapon. Everything is a weapon.
And then you can plant it somewhere and frame someone.
Oh. Right. There you go.
That was a good one. Fuck. That was
Oh, they need to start putting serial numbers on the hammers.
Yeah.
Register your hammer with the government.
Yeah, we need to do a background check on you. Red flag laws.
So,
Yeah,
they want you to do that in Illinois. That's why you gotta get a FOID card to purchase a gun.
Good God! See,
no,
that's
I mean, listen, I'm not a big fan of that Yahoo kind of thing. I get it. There are certain people that they just want. Personally, I'd rather live in a place where I don't feel to be,
Right.
looking over my back.
Yeah.
But if I am in that kind of place, like the U.S. is pretty fucked up right now, especially certain parts. Yeah, I'm gonna carry anything I so wish. You know
Well,
what?
look here.
I could be deadly weapons. I could be freaking as badass as Bruce Lee. So I
Right.
bet you Bruce Lee could take a lot of people out with a handgun. I mean, you pull a handgun on somebody that fast.
Sure. But the thing, the point of the matter is that you never know. Okay. And if it's not a problem to have with you, then why not? You don't know what kind of, you have to look at it as a tool. Like, for instance, I'm not a big statured person, right? If let's say I come across somebody like Cubby, and the motherfucker's all, he's what do they call that?
Stocky,
5150,
He's crazy.
Smoking fucking angel dust, big old motherfucker coming at me, gonna kill me. He's got glass in his hand, whatever the fuck. Dude, I'm glad I had that gun.
Yeah.
I'm glad I had that fucking gun. I had to drop a fucking crackhead, whatever.
Or a crossbow.
But
or
no,
crossbow,
just
anything.
you gotta be I mean, and then what was the first thing? I mean, they banned guns in England, right? And then what was the next big thing that started happening here? We got knife violence, right? Now people can't buy certain kinds, sizes of knives. They have to have registered and all kinds of crazy shit like that because of people. It's not the problem with the object, dumbasses. It's the people. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
It's people. It's a people fucking problem. And especially when we live in a society where people are not accountable for their actions. Oh, it's because I'm ADD. Oh, it's because I'm bipolar. Oh, it's because of this or because of that. No, it's because you just never got your ass kicked when you needed it. That's what it is. Your parents weren't allowed to pick you up and smack your goddamn ass because, oh, that's abuse. Bullshit. Bullshit. No, and
Well-
parents give the consequences to the kids that think they can sit there and fucking reason with a 3-year-old about some shit. Now let's talk about our feelings. Bullshit.
Well, even back in my day in the 80s, when you had some little fucking weird junior Bill Gates tech nerd that was clearly psychopath would say some dumb shit like, "I'm gonna get my chemistry set and burn you." What did you just say?
Yeah,
You're
right.
gonna create something like, come over here, Bill Gates, nerd. Yeah, you know what? Bullying does have a place. Because if Bill Gates got his ass kicked, maybe once or twice, I bet you he wouldn't be a freaking mad scientist. Because somebody would have beat his fucking ass in primary school.
Most people that, have guns that use them responsibly ain't going to scratch the serial number off of it and go do any shady kind of crap. Most of people are going to use them for protection, like you're saying, and do the right thing. It's not, it's the ones who have bad intentions that shouldn't own guns.
Listen, here's another thing too, Weedlander. Here's another thing about it. Okay. Right now, where I'm at, okay, and most of the time, anywhere that I'm at, okay, whether it's in the city or whether it's out here in the rural area where I live, I see absolutely no police around. Every once in a while, I'll see one maybe go by up the road or something, right? Or on his way to a call, some shit like that. But most of the time, there's no police presence at all. And you know what? There's still nobody out there doing crime and trying to rob and rape and fucking pillage and do all that shit. There's no cops around. So the cops ain't what's stopping people from doing that shit. So what do you reckon it is that's keeping people from doing mayhemic shit? What do you think that is? Oh, it's because they don't want to engage in that kind of behavior. They're generally not destructive. They're generally not malicious. They're generally not covetous. You understand?
Well, let's see. You as far as I know, you can find certain tools here. People may call them guns, rifles, AKs, grenades, rocket launchers. Except,
oh yeah, that's right. Everybody in the movies goes there to get their guns and shit. I know. I've seen.
That's what I hate. I hate when the cops always. It's like, you got a grenade or rocket launchers.
But here's the thing:
in your
where I
pocket.
live,
It's like, yeah,
there's no gun laws, and there's literally no police, and there's literally no gang banging street. I live in a very, very, very peaceful place, and number one, because there's no pigs everywhere. There's literally no pigs.
Right.
How is that?
Cubby, when they say that, I know it's like, do you have any knives, guns, pistols, hand grenades, rocket launchers? And I'll go,
all the above.
I'll go, no. Wait, grenade? No, I left that on the nightstand. No, no, none of those.
That's
stupid motherfucker. So do I look like I got a rocket launcher in my goddamn pocket, you dumb fuck?
Yeah, give me a second. It folds out. Hang on a second.
Yeah, right. Good God. Go, gadget, rocket launcher.
I got the cop shop right over there.
And where are all these weapons in the inner cities coming from? I hate to sound like a leftist extremist, but I'm pretty sure those gangbangers in DC aren't manufacturing any of that shit. How they getting there?
Dropped off.
Could it be the military and the corrupt pigs that want them there to feed the prison industrial complex?
Yeah.
100%.
Dropped off. Yeah.
Yep. Anyway, this Nick Shirley character, man, look at the nose on there. So Luke Rudowski's little brother. Anyway, this is a little bit on his folks and their dealings. This is
oh, Nicky. You thought we wouldn't find out, didn't you, old pimply face Nick Shirley?
Nick Shirley's family were involved in a federal lawsuit due to concerns and allegations of fraud. This is all according to public federal bankruptcy court records. The court documents shows his mother, Brooke Shirley, his father, Paul Shirley, his aunt, Amy Hall, and her husband, Bailey Hall, were all involved in the lawsuit according to the court documents. The case centers on a health billing company that handled billing and payment processing for gyms and health clubs across the United States. The court identifies Bailey Hall as the person who owned, managed, and controlled the company and its finances. The billing model described in the filing was simple: collect all gym member payments, keep only 6% as a fee, and send all remaining money back to the health clubs and gyms. The court claimed that did not happen according to the court documents. Bailey Hall added his wife, Amy Hall, her sister, Brooke Shirley, and his brother-in-law, Paul Shirley, directly onto the company payroll. The court alleges they did not perform any work, did not provide services, and did not actually work for the company. Despite that, the court alleges they received tens of thousands of dollars through payroll and direct payments over time. The court alleges this money came from funds that were supposed to be returned to health clubs and gyms. Instead, according to the filing, client money was diverted to family insiders to use for personal benefits. The court filing further claims hundreds of thousands of dollars were transferred from client trust accounts to insider-controlled entities. The court alleges those funds were used to purchase and maintain properties in Washington state. The property was later sold for more than $675,000. Both Nick's parents and his aunt Amy Hall currently own multi-million-dollar properties in Utah. According to the court documents, none of the proceeds were returned to the billing company, the health clubs, or the creditors. The court documents also claims the company became insolvent, in part because of these transfers, according to the court. Some health clubs and gyms were directly impacted, were left unpaid, and became creditors in the bankruptcy case. The lawsuit alleges fraudulent transfers, insider self-dealing, misuse of trust account funds, unjust enrichment, and intentional actions to hinder, delay, and defraud creditors.
But the real question is, why isn't mainstream media covering this story when it's all public record? Follow for more.
Let him who is without sin cast the first stone.
I knew it was going to be something like that.
That's why I always keep a pocket full of stones. Anyway.
It always goes back to people with their LLC. All these social media people, they're all connected. Mom and dad had some business connected to this way. LLC here, Utah, and always the same states. Oh, they had a Delaware corporation. Again, you cannot go up the ladder without selling your.
Go on, say it. Say it.
But if you just work hard enough and go to school and get a good education, you can be anything you want. No, that's not how the system works.
You might grow up to be president one day. No, because if I were, that would mean you're not who you say you are.
I want to be an astronaut anyway.
I am an astronaut.
Oh, that's right.
I am. I've been up there, me and my friend something Wong. Before Trump deported him. Trump deported his ass, and now, I heard he's still down at Alligator prison down
Alcatraz.
Alligator Alcatraz down there in Florida.
Whatever happened to that stupid charade there, that alligator? Then you had these people
it's
like
probably never real.
You had these influencers going down there cheering it, like this one of these stupid MAGA Trump retards. What's his name? I can't even remember his face.
Take your pick.
Pasovic. A lot of them.
Pasovic. I don't know.
Benny Johnson.
Oh God.
Yeah, he's another one.
Yeah, he's gay. I think he's gay. Of
course he is. He's too.
You know those TPUSA when they had that thing with the Erica Kirk sparkly glitter show and everything down there in Arizona? There was at that stadium for Charlie Kirk. That fucking what's that thing they got for faggots on the phone? You know what I'm talking about?
Oh, Grinder,
yeah. Their server about dropped. I mean, it almost crashed. There was so many. And it doesn't surprise me, man. It doesn't surprise me none, because it's like these people hide what they think is in an unlikely place, like being a promiscuous homo. Where's the best place to hide? Being a Christian, being a America first conservative type dude.
Oh yeah. I can take that right back to the 90s in New York City, my friend.
Yep.
Because I was a DJ. There was a lot of gay people, openly
Right.
gay, but there was a party.
But see,
It was in a
because they're
basement.
all there, then it becomes a big,
No.
thing.
You had the gay clubs. Those are the norm. The openly gay people, I don't mind. It's these ones that are, I'm
Right. The ones that are saying they're one thing and then they're being another.
Yeah, I
completely.
can
It's
tell
like-
you, they all the
And
people
see what that does is it makes you wonder, okay, what else are they the opposite in? Are the views that they're espousing truly their views, or is that another opposite game too? You see? Yeah, and that's what I think a lot of these TPUSA, because you know what? Here I found out that every one of those donors that Charlie Kirk had refused money from because he didn't want to fucking do that no more, right? They're all back on the rolls now. They're all back on the rolls. They got the money from him, man.
I actually, every time I hear TP USA, I already made a meme where it's a TP, and last time I checked meant toilet paper. So good name, TP USA. Yeah, but that's what I think. TP
for my bunghole. I'm great cornholio. I need TP for my bunghole. My bunghole will not wait.
What does the TP's part stand for? I've never even cared to look.
Turning Point USA.
Yeah, okay. Why did I even ask that? All right.
Yeah. Anyway, James Lee did some shit on this too.
So it turns out one of the most viral stories of 2025 about the Somali daycare fraud in Minnesota ends up being a complete psyop. Because evidently, Israeli reporters are now asserting that Mossad and Israeli intelligence, not U.S. authorities, were responsible for exposing the Somalian-ran Minnesota fraud operations.
How is Israeli Mossad related to the recent corruption that was discovered in Minnesota? You're not going to believe it, but there actually is a substantial connection, and it runs through the Israeli Prime Minister office. I'll start from the end. Israel just established relationships with Somaliland, which is not Somalia.
And what does that mean? Let's take a listen.
Does anyone know what Somaliland is, really? Said U.S. President Donald Trump after Israel became the first country in the world to recognize the self-proclaimed republic in Eastern Africa. Somaliland is a small territory in the Horn of Africa that broke off from Somalia in 1991. So why does Somaliland even matter? It sits on the Gulf of Aden, one of the world's most important shipping routes. There's also a Gaza-related angle. Earlier this year, it was reported that the U.S. and Israel have explored Somaliland as a potential destination for displaced Palestinians from Gaza.
And bingo, that is why we've been hearing so much about Somalian fraud in Minnesota, because it had already been reported weeks before by the U.S. attorney that fraud in Minnesota exceeded $9 billion. $9 billion, that's a whole lot of fraud compared to, what was it? Nick Shirley talked about $110 million, $9 billion. We're talking about a small fraction, but focusing specifically on the Somali community. And then you have the amplification of this story, which isn't necessarily organic, right? You have people like Elon Musk, Vice President J.D. Vance, Attorney General Pam Bondi, all amplifying this story. I'm not discounting that the fraud exists within the Somali community, but is the focus, is the amplification making us feel a certain way or trying to make us feel a certain way about the Somali community? That's the question. Now, according to Somali intelligence, Somaliland has...
I think it's being used to distract everybody from the shit that's come out about fucking Trump. That's what I think. Lake Michigan, y'all. Lake Michigan.
has accepted 3 Israeli conditions in exchange for Israeli recognition. One is the resettlement of Palestinians. 2, the establishment of an Israeli military base on the coast of the Gulf of Aden, and Somaliland joining the Abraham Accords. Well, isn't that a lovely and convenient development for the state of Israel, that they get somewhere to dump the Palestinians? They also gain a critical and strategic military base, and they create an ally in the region that did not exist before. So maybe they get a resident independent journalist who maybe isn't so independent, if you read what this story is all about, to do a story that says Somalians bad.
Send the Somalians back. Yeah, why don't you start taking them on your fucking ship there, the Trump Princess there. Same one you threw that fucking baby off of.
You just now figured this out, huh?
Yeah. No, shit, there was a story ran about that shit back in February.
Look at Ilhan Omar or whatever. I mean, where did she come from? Oh, yeah, Somalia.
Yeah, yeah.
It's like, come on.
Oh, yeah. One of those. This is this I think is kind of important. Yeah, I'll show that after a while.
But all these people that are investigating that,
they're doing that. They're now giving dogs and cats and shit mRNA vaccines.
Oh my God, you gotta be shitting me.
Yeah, so no, I ain't doing no shots with them. They're killing our dogs and cats and shit.
Oh yeah,
earlier than they would die, than they would normally die. And
I wouldn't even put a chip in them. You know what I'm saying? I mean, yeah. I get the whole thing behind it. It's like, well, if it runs off, we can track it down. It's like, You'll be fine.
What was this?
They're eating the dogs.
And
And
the
I just kept
cats.
saying, so what? You people eat chickens and cows and stuff. Indian people. I mean, who cares if they were eating dogs? I mean, just don't eat my dog. But
Yeah, I always found that kind of weird, like domesticated animals. What made them so special? You know, like I don't know. I'm not saying I'm eating cats and dogs. I'm just saying.
no,
Like,
no. But what's the difference? Because
Why do we
your
covet them so
culture.
much?
Well, yeah, your culture can eat pigs and cows, but another culture says no, we don't eat that. And I'm like,
Right.
who am I to say which one's right or wrong?
Don't talk about eating dogs. You're gonna fucking piss me off. I don't want to hear about it. I don't want to hear about it. That makes me mad at them people for that.
Yep.
I run across some old pictures today. I found they was in my old phones. Okay, so there was little micro SD cards. I was like, oh yeah, I forgot those were in there. So I pulled them out and I stuck them up here in the I got a little adapter I can plug in. So I stuck it in there, stuck it on the thing, and found little pictures of Peanut when she was a puppy before she had her spots. She was just all snow white except for that one little patch around her eye. And then later, as she got older, her spots started coming in.
Yeah, I pulled out a couple old SD cards the other day and found some stuff too I hadn't seen in a while. My grandparents and stuff like that.
Yeah, I got to start doing some hard copy printing of certain photos because the way they're fucking with shit, like everybody relies on this cloud and it's in my phone and
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, this is a good one. I'll have to show you this one. This is Brandy, bless her heart. She down at the lumber yard. When I was down at the lumber yard working, she'd go to work with me. Check this out. This is cool. She grabbed a whole piece of wood from the fucking pallet and started carrying it around. She tried to bring it inside.
She gets stuck in the doorway.
She was trying to figure out how to get it to go through the door. It was funny as hell. Yeah. Bless her heart. I miss that puppy so bad. Well, what do you do? What do you do? Let me see. I got another one here. Let me see.
Those animals are smarter than we think.
Yeah, I saw a good video that something about they're trapped in there. Like, this whole thing that, God gave us dominion over these dumb animals and they don't have consciousness and all that. Bullshit.
They figure stuff out.
They can't speak the way we do or something. I never bought into that. How you can look at a dog, many animals, a dolphin, these mammals and say, yeah, no, I ain't buying it.
Who's the dummy? They get a free house and lodging and fed and everything. Who's the ones that are really the dummies?
Check this out. These are my I took these.
That's cool.
Grand Canyon.
Never been there. Lived right next to it, never went.
See how there's no rail?
Mm-hmm.
That's over on the Western Rim. The Indians on that. I think they just recently, within the last couple of years, put a rail up there. But they said, "What? There's no rail," and they're like, "There's never been one. Why would we put one there? If you don't want the edge, stay away from the edge."
I think they did that because those stupid ass influencers on Instagram and stuff were taking pictures there, and a couple of them fell off. So for safety reasons, they had to. It's like, who cares? That's natural selection.
Look at that shit. Isn't that magnificent?
Yeah, that's wild.
Look at that, man. My son, he's crazier than fuck. He climbed down over the side. Not Ryan, my other son, Corey. Oh my God, my wife was going fucking ape shit. Corey, get off of there. Come back up here. But yeah, that was some magnificent shit right there.
I used to do stuff like that when I was younger, but I wouldn't even dream of it now.
Caught a raven on a branch right there as I was.
That's cool.
Glaciers did that though, correct? Something like that.
No, I think that was the receding waters from the flood did that. I really do. Because you get a sense you don't really see it so good in the pictures, but you get this sense that this is something that happened quickly. This didn't take millions of years. This happened quickly. Because look at the depth as opposed to the erosion. That wasn't eroded, that was like broke loose.
Well, no, I'm saying,
almost like strip mining, you know.
Why aren't the Finger Lakes in any of these maps from not too long ago? They say that glaciers slid down that part of New York, and
isn't there parts of it isn't there parts of it in there that got like old civilization like villages carved into the rocks and stuff too?
Yeah.
I have never been out there, but I've seen other people have gone with videos.
That's my friend Mark.
Don't jump.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
they got that skywalk out there now.
Give me the duck lips, Mark. Give me the duck lips.
They got that skywalk out there now with the glass bottom that you can walk across of it.
See that structure right there?
Mm-hmm.
This little structure. Okay, what that is it's part of a cable car system that used to work there going across the canyon.
Mm.
And on the other side of the canyon was a cave. This area right here is called Guano Point. And the reason it's called that is because there was a cave over on the other side, and it was full of bat guano.
Bats, yeah.
And they would go over there and get that bat guano and bring it back across on the cable car. And you sell it for fertilizer and shit, right?
Yeah, they make mascara out of it.
A fighter jet flying through there in 1960 something, I don't remember what year. Anyways, its tail clipped the cable and cut it, and they never fixed it back and shit. But that's what that's to.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what they make mascara out of.
Now see this right here, this little structure is called the Guano Cafe. And I thought it's like a little visitor center they sell food.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought Guano Cafe, the batshit cafe. Not a good name, but they're Wallapai Indians. The Wallapai own this land.
Yeah.
So they have their own. It's not owned by the United States Park. This part of the canyon. And I liked it better because it was not all touristy, fucking rangers walking around and shit. Okay, this is the skywalk up here.
Yeah, that thing. That's what I was talking about.
That shit is badass as hell, man, because it's glass.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, I looked down through the thing and I saw a helicopter fly by.
Yeah, I think it cracked like a few years ago and they had to repair it. But yeah, can you imagine being on there if that happened?
Dude, you get scared because so around the edges of the thing, it's still glass, right? But it's painted, and you'll see people standing on that painted stripe because they think it's they think it's part of the structure or something. It's not. It's just painted on the glass, and you find yourself walking like real fucking careful.
Yeah,
they take a lot of precautions. You can't take your cell phone out there. You can't take anything, your keys, anything. You get a locker and you put everything in that little locker that they have, a little square.
Yeah, I'm not doing it. I've seen too many. You seen that bridge they have in China where there's people begging for their lives?
Supposedly can handle up to an 8 magnitude earthquake.
Yeah, okay.
It's put right into the rock, and but that glass is so fucking crazy because you have to wear these felt slippers.
Oh, yeah.
On your shoes.
So you don't get,
yeah.
Did you see the bridge that they have where they have some LCD screen in it and it starts cracking and people
Oh yeah.
Can you imagine? You know it'd be crazy is if like they made it to where like it projected an image like it was like brick on where the glass is, right? And then all of a sudden people get out there and then they just take that image off and it's glass and it's like, holy shit.
Yeah, see, that's what it looks like up close.
Yeah. Yeah, they got a similar little thing at the old Sears Tower in Chicago. I forget what it's called now, but yeah.
Look at that view. I mean, is that fucking spectacular? Look how level that is. Look how flat that
Yeah,
is.
no kidding, right? Wonder how that works.
Now,
We
Yeah,
got a little
so
bit of curve there.
I've seen the theory where it was
Looks like a
a
dog, don't it? Don't it look like a dog laying down?
Yeah, or a lizard or something, yeah.
when you do look at the aerial, it does resemble the plasma fractal, the whole canyon system. I don't know how it was made.
Look at that. Now, this part right here, okay, this right here is the area right there, just beyond that where my arrow's going back and forth. You remember Thelma and Louise?
Yeah.
Okay, remember when the car went off the cliff at the end and they were in it? That's where they did that at, right there. Pretty
Sigourney Weaver, is that who it was, or who was it? No, not her.
No,
Was
it
her?
was
Not Sigourney Weaver.
Janet from the fucking Rocky Horror.
Yeah. Dang, who was this?
Oh, come on, y'all.
I know, I was trying to think of it too.
God damn it.
I'm totally drawing a blank, but nonetheless.
Yeah. Damn it.
Someone will come on, people,
look.
hurry up, get it.
That's the Alabama Hills. This place is a trip. And there was a little bit of
First one
snow.
to get it gets a free membership to Sav's
Ooh,
membership program.
There's my Jeep. Look at the snow in the Sierras back behind me.
Yeah, Susan Sarandon.
This guy lives in this thing, man. I met this dude, man. He come to, this is where I worked at, the True Value hardware store. And he came there. He lives in this fucking thing.
I think I've seen that before. Not in person, but I've seen that before.
Yeah, he just drives around the country and shit. I guess he's, I don't know.
He goes to these overlander, like these people that stay in their vehicles.
Yeah.
These little overlander expos, I think, things. I've seen him at one of those before.
Oh yeah, here's that picture of Peanut that I found. This is so cute. This is so fucking cute. Look at that, Cubby.
Oh.
That's Peanut when I first got her. Isn't she the sweetest little thing? Look at her.
Oh man,
She's a great big old thing. She weighs about 80 pounds now.
She's the pit, right?
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah. Mixed with red tick.
We got Susan Sarandon, guys. Who's the other one?
Yes, Susan Sarandon and oh Christ with the teeth. What's her name? Good looking woman. Oh, my memories for shit, man. Maybe that guy where we
Julia Roberts.
No,
not her.
She's the lips. She looks like somebody smacked her in the mouth and her lips swelled up.
Gina Davis, thank you.
Gina Davis, that's right.
Oh yeah.
That's who I thought. Yeah, anyway.
God, it's been so long.
I wonder whatever happened to her. Yeah, Gina Davis, Beetlejuice.
They're all men.
She's
Gene Davis now. She went back to her original form. He went back to his original form.
Oh, this was funny. This was her little, and she was watching TV. This is Peanut. She was watching TV. This is cool. I was watching Lionel Nation. She was just a little tiny thing. Holy crap.
I had an Irish setter and a mutt. The mutt was more of it was mostly beagle, but that was Dito from Johnny Quest. Bandito was why we named him that. And then I haven't had one since, but I want to get a German Shepherd, I think.
I'm trying to see what I got here. I think that was all I wanted to show you. Oh, Brandy up in the mountain stream. This was so cool. She'd been in the water. You can tell she's wet. Then she got back up here on this rock. She's getting ready to jump back in the water again. It was about 110 degrees out. Man, she was a pretty dog. She really was. I'll miss her. I do miss her. Poor thing. Anyway, here's a little thing I like to remind people about. Let's see what's going on. What's going on in the chat? You got any good arguments going on?
I think they ended since we don't intercept.
You know what? Sue ratio. You know what? That's wild because that song, Brandy, by Looking Glass, when I got Brandy, and she was so excited, I went and picked her up from the shelter, and she was so excited to go home with me and everything. And I got her settled into the Jeep. She was sitting in the back seat, kind of, and she was like over the back seat coming up here on my, licking me behind my ear and shit. And as soon as I started up the Jeep and started pulling out, first song comes on the radio was Brandy by Looking Glass. And she was like, I was like, okay, that's just fate, and you could see when that thing, and then let's say Brandy, and she'd tilt her head like, what the fuck? This song's about me? What? She was funny as hell.
No, wait a minute. I don't think it's going to be Israel, because if they're talking about Revelation, it talks about the elect going to, what's the word in the Bible? It's not Israel. I mean, I know certain people are trying to, it's going to be over Israel and Gog and Magog.
No.
Israel.
You got to understand, they orchestrate it, bro.
Yeah.
Okay, they orchestrate it. Who on whose behalf were we in Iraq? Right.
Say that again.
On whose behalf were we in Iraq?
Yeah. Okay.
On whose behalf did we go into Libya?
I'm going to still say
we saw and he died. Ha 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 ha. Where did you know what you dig what you're picking up what I'm laying down, right?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Every place that we've been there in the fucking Middle East, Syria. What's up with Syria? And whose behest were we there for? Right? It's always those motherfuckers. And that little rat-faced, beady-eyed son of a bitch, Milikowski, aka Netanyahu, has been telling us for 30 fucking years that, they're going to have nuclear weapons. They're ambitious to get we have to do this now or they're going to get us. Boogeyman, boogeyman, boogeyman. And we just flow right into it. And they go, and if you don't do what we say, Trump, we will release the video of you and the kids. So
yeah. But, Schofield Reference Bible, a bunch of Christians actually don't even figure out what that is and is not for how many generations.
R.I.P. Dick Cheney.
How could what Israel does align with Christian beliefs in any way, shape, or form?
Yeah, I don't know. That's a good. Yeah, I don't know.
Well, let's just suppose Jesus was here right now, right? What would you think he would say about that? Do you think he would agree with me, or do you think that he would say, "Oh, you blasphemer! How dare you speak out against people who are slaughtering women and children indiscriminately, purposely"? Come on, man.
Pretty sure you'd say no one should needlessly die, but I don't know.
Right.
Well, it's because God said He gave. Wait, but read the Bible again. Christ was going to get the Father, whatever language that's not Yahweh. That's not that Old Testament storm God. I don't know why people miss that. Yeah, that's what Yahweh was. It's
the storm God, right?
Start talking about that, people start popping up and getting all
they get right.
Paintings in a bunch.
But I'm not the one that goes around saying I'm a Christian or anything.
I know,
man.
that's
You're
not
the
what
one
I'm saying
saying it. I'm just. Why are you getting mad? Because I'm trying to tell you your own book.
Yeah. Well, half of them, a lot of them. Look, which one? Right? Like I said the other night, which one? They're all fucking different. Why do we have so many different denominations of the Christian religion? Why are there so many denominations? Hell, there's 2 Catholic religions. You got Orthodox and Papal, right? So there's a split right off the fucking bat. Oh, follow the gourd. No, follow the shoe. What the fuck?
Then they're gonna say, well, which Bible you're using? I'm like, okay, well, I have a bunch of them. Oh no, you got to get this one. Those ones are the wrong ones. So those are the
That's
wrong
fine.
ones.
Why is there any different ones? Why are there any different ones? That's the point. Why are there any different ones?
And it's funny, they all point each other at point finger. Well, that's not a real Christian. That's not a real Christian. That's not a real Christian.
Right,
Oh, wow.
I know. Anyway, that being said, he's going to explain to you why those people are not the people that most people think they are. Look, D-Man, he's back just in time. We knew it.
No, he wanted to talk about this. Go figure. What Bible you use, D-Man, huh?
Yeah, what Bible do you want to use?
Really, Sav? Is this what it's coming down to now?
It
Just
does come
insult
down to
me
that.
now? This is it. I'm living rent free in your head, Sav.
He's such a creep.
No, I'm trying something out. So I'm testing.
You know, I get these fucking people, and I look, and they're just wanting to put fucking shit comments about something, right? And I'm looking, and I'll see it. It'll come up in my feed, like so and so commented, and I'm like looking, and it's like a fucking video from back in May. And they're like going through my entire fucking catalog. I appreciate the views, thank you. But what the fuck are you doing? Like an auto history of? I mean,
AI.
talk about living in somebody's fucking head, right? Yeah. It's like, what the hell? It's like you're watching even all my old streams and shit.
That's
like,
it. I'm gonna have to start leaving comments. So you're gonna have to answer to what happened 6 years ago.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, it's like I said earlier.
It blows me away, and I'm thinking, if you're in such disagreement with the things that I say, why would you be pouring over my fucking material?
They probably don't realize it's old material, so it might just randomize your, like, sometimes people just go by what's your highest rated video, which one has the most views. Sometimes I've done it a few times where I had somebody answer me back and say, this video is 5 years old, right?
Well, that's another.
I'm so sorry.
That's another thing about AI too, is that you can pinpoint something. Be like, look for Saw's video and where he says blah blah blah. Back 5 months from now.
No, Deborah, I'm not talking about you, Deborah. I'm talking about the person who goes back and watches all the old stuff so he can hate on it.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what the fuck is going on with you, bro?
It's never a good comment. It's always somebody.
Yeah, it's always something shitty.
But you can sort a channel's video by most popular, date, newest, or whatever. There's a sort.
Yeah, I think sometimes people have their stuff set so that when it goes to certain channels, it'll just randomize it. Unless you go into it and say, I want to look at the oldest or the newest or read the newest comments,
Yeah, you can set up your YouTube to display you can set it pretty much the way you want.
So it's probably just some random person getting, the randomness video and sorry.
Some people just like to invoke a response out of people too, to try and do something for themselves more than it is anything else,
Angelo said, hate is gonna hate.
They are indeed.
That's true, man. It don't bother me none. I just go, what the fuck is wrong with you, man? I have to ask, it's like, what's going on in your head, man?
Yeah. Somebody left a comment on mine the other day. I forget what it was. I have to look, but it was like, they were like, what does this mean? It was like, I can't help you. It was like, that's, most of the time I don't even answer, but it's like, sorry.
Well, yeah. It's like, when most of the time it's like I mark what I've already responded to or read by just clicking on the little heart,
Yeah.
And that's how that's how I know that I've read the comment. You know?
I'll comment to people I know, but when it's some rando, it's like, what does this even mean? I'm just like, well, sorry, I can't help you. I don't know.
Right. Some normie wandered.
Definitely, if somebody has a YouTube or Google name or whatever, it's like they have not one video up, but not even their own content. Like, okay, so are you a bot? Are you just why am I going to reply to somebody I don't even have a basis of like where you're coming from?
See, there's one. Cheers for the answer to the other day.
Well, that's what I said. If I've seen you before and like here in this chat, or if it's people I know, I want to answer them. But when it's somebody who's just like we were talking about, a rando that just strays in, it's like I don't, I'm not responding to you. I'll just leave, like you said, a heart and a like. I think it pisses them off, actually.
He liked my comment. What?
Yeah.
That wasn't the rage that I was fishing for.
Yeah,
exactly.
So these people thrive on that dumb shit.
The Bible warns us that Israel of today, I want you to understand this, is not Hebrew, nor of the sons of Jacob. I want to say it again. The modern day state, it's not a nation, of Israel, they are not Hebrew, neither are they the sons of Jacob. When you try to tell somebody this, it's like there's cognitive dissonance. They can't think through the statement of what you're saying. They automatically think that any person that joins the nation and becomes an Israeli is actually an Israelite of Old Testament, but that simply is not true. The Ashkenazis, they are not Hebrews. If you don't know what that is, I want you to look it up, and I want you to educate yourself. The Khazarians, they are not Hebrews at all. I want you to look it up and educate yourself and understand that the majority of the people that live in the modern day state of Israel are actually Europeans, and they do not practice anything from the Bible. The majority of them are absolutely atheist. Can you imagine a European atheist trying to argue with you and tell you, well, I am God's chosen people? You say, but you're a European and you're an atheist. How in the world could that make you God's chosen people? In fact, in 1 Peter 2, it literally says that believers who were not of a nation are now God's chosen people by faith in Jesus Christ. That's 1 Peter 2. You need to read it. That's written to saved believers, the church, the congregation of the upright, the assembly that trusted in the Lord Jesus Christ, and it's written for all nations. Modern Israel is not Semitic. I want you to understand that. Surrounded by Semites, yes, but they're not actually Semitic at all. Again, I remind you, I know the blasphemy of them which say they are Jews and are not, but are of the synagogue of Satan. The synagogue of Satan is here. It's real. Zionism is a devilish conspiracy, and most Christians are completely ignorant of these verses.
That'll do it.
Well, how is it that I had have a Chinese female friend that married a Jew from California? They decided to get married. She did some magic hocus pocus and converted to Jew so that they could have Jew babies. So is the slant-eye bitch, is she somehow Jewish and God's people?
No, not really, because yeah, I know. It's really convoluted, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Really is. And they don't even take that seriously. You know, they say that the wife has to convert. Now, I knew somebody, a friend of mine's mom had done that in her previous marriage and before she had him in another marriage. But she had converted over to it, and they don't really take it all that serious when it's like at the ceremony was really shoddy, and like they just ran through it real fast and just,
So what was the purpose of it other than in the man's mind? He was a cool guy. I have no problem.
Symbolism.
But,
a lot of symbolism. A lot of it's just
so they could have Jew babies because a mom has to be a Jew. So
right,
it's the same
right,
with
right.
these Ashkenazi. So what are these people talking about? God's people. So okay.
Well,
Are we talking about the dark-skinned African Jews as well? Who are these God's people?
I don't know. I know a lot of people do that because, like, a guy I went to school, he married a Jewish woman, converted, right? And then my brother-in-law, he was married my sister, and he converted we grew up Catholic. He converted to Catholicism. So, I think people do it for that reason. It's like I was saying, symbolic.
It's a family thing.
Yeah, tradition.
So
stuff
it has
that.
nothing to do with race or anything like that. Like nobody's been a Jew's a race. Like somehow this Chinese girl has Jew blood now, or what?
Yeah.
And why is there only Jew blood but no Christian or Muslim blood?
How did this blood have a religion?
Yeah, no kidding.
Well, I don't know. That's what I'm asking. What's this Jew race? Oh, you're racist.
He had to go get infusions. He had to go get some Jew blood at the at the blood bank.
Have you ever seen that that version, that episode on Family Guy when Peter becomes a Jew?
Oh yeah, he went in there and goes, "Good morning, Hebrews and Shebrews."
Yeah.
He goes, "Holocaust, we number one." Yeah.
They like beat him up or something.
Mort the Jew on that show is funny as shit. And that's his character's name, is Mort the Jew. The guy that owns the drugstore.
The guy.
God, why do I know these characters so intimately?
I don't know. I used to watch it, but I forgot all that stuff.
The guy that does the voice for him,
yeah,
he was Johnny on they used to do the crank calls. Jerky Boys. He was Johnny on the Jerky Boys.
Jerky Boys.
Okay.
Yeah.
Further
Hey, I know they based this picture off his so-called mugshot. People really believe this guy actually went to New York City with all his private security and got booked into the NYPD and then walked out.
I know.
They
right?
really believe he got what, fingerprinted? Hey, can you stand over here, Donnie? And
Well, he probably did the photo op, but yeah, I believe he went there,
Showed
but
up
it
to
wasn't
his
like
office.
the rest of them do.
If it was real, it would have. We had to shoot him for officer safety.
Yeah.
We
Get on the
tased him.
ground.
We shot him with a taser right in the penis before,
Pick up
you
a
know, for
stapler.
officer safety.
Taser.
It sounds
Big
so
Polly.
dumb. They're so dumb.
Well, it was all for all to sell merch.
The guy had 3 people on top of him, and the guy kept yelling at him, "Put your hand behind your back."
I know, right?
It's like there's 3
Stop
people
resisting.
on top of me, 600 pounds on my back. I can't get my hand out from in front of me.
Right. They're not the brightest fucking.
no, they're trained to say that because now since people start filming it, that's because your average idiot's like, well, he should have just obeyed. Look, they were telling him stuff. Oh yeah.
Yeah, sure. Here, let me put your hand underneath this car tire. Here, pull your hand out.
Yeah, right. Well, this guy might not be doing too good.
It's actually kind of scary how much it seems like they're almost intentionally hinting at the fact that something could be coming to an end soon.
Folks, enjoy what may be your last Christmas. Folks, enjoy what may be your last Christmas.
Remember?
This will be the last election. That's my prediction. This will be the last election. That's my prediction. And I'm not sure that you'll ever have another election in this country. Does that make sense? I don't think you're going to have another election in this country. If we don't win this election, I don't think you're going to have another election, or certainly not an election that's meaningful. You don't have to do it anymore. 4 more years, you know what? It'll be fixed. It'll be fine. You won't have to vote anymore, my beautiful Christians. I love you, Christians. I'm a Christian.
Like, we've been feeling like something just isn't right. And then they just keep hinting at things like they know something that we don't. And the thing he said on Christmas, that's what really got me thinking. Why would he just say, enjoy it, this may be your last Christmas? And then all the stuff that he's constantly posting on his Truth Social. Something big is definitely right around the corner, and we got to be ready for it.
Man, that was some cryptic shit to be saying, you know?
Yeah.
And like I said, his health is not the best, man. Whoops.
I think it's more so for the reason that we're gonna be under AI governance. They ain't gonna need a president or anything, you know. It'll just be
That's what they want.
You know, it's like the man behind the curtain in the Wizard of Oz, you know.
I've been telling all these young 20-year-old correction. I said, you really think you're going to be collecting a pension? They got AI courts. The robots, they don't need pigs anymore.
They got cameras everywhere, so you do something, they just deduct it, lock you out. They don't have to lock
the social credit. You're going to get an alert. Citizen, please report to prison. Weekend prison. They even have weekend prison now. Probably for a while. Like, they just, your social credit. And if you don't do it, they'll have a drone. They'll dart you, and the robots will come and just pick you up and
sweep you into a machine. They have a machine to come pick bodies up.
Yeah, on Tuesdays.
Yeah, man. Mm-hmm. Bring out your dead. Bring out your dead.
Tuesday is Soylent Green Day.
Did you ever see that Monty Python?
Yeah.
The Holy Grail?
Mm-mm.
the plague is going on and shit, and there's this guy, he's pushing a cart with bodies on it, and he's going, ringing a bell, going, "Bring out your dead,
shame,
you're dead." And these people say, "Oh shit." This guy brings this old dude out there, and he says, "Here you go." And the guy says, "I'm not dead yet." And he says, "Yeah, but you will be, and I don't want to have to wait till the next pickup."
Pre-crime.
Exactly. There's a lot of people get busted on pre-crime.
Canada, you can go get assisted suicide in Canada.
Jesus.
Yeah,
I heard one of the things fucked up and caught fire inside and shit. Torched the person.
They're trying to do that in Illinois. Assisted suicide.
Well, I mean,
if you're like quality of life, I can understand for quality of life. If you're in really, really bad shape and you're in lots of pain. And,
but also
it's not something I would choose, but I'm not gonna tell anybody.
I wouldn't recommend it, except in extreme circumstances. But that's for me. That's for me. Who am I to tell you?
Yeah.
I can say, hey, I don't think it's a good idea, but if you're determined you want to do that and that's what you're going to do, then fuck, it's your decision.
Well,
man.
see, it's the difference between Kevorkian, which somebody, you know what, I want to get in touch with the Kevorkian estate and try to sue the governments that put that guy. So the difference between what Kevorkian was doing and now Canada, they're institutionalizing it. But this guy was trying to make private contracts between him and a terminally ill being.
Well,
but that was criminalized. But now it's institutionalized. No problem.
This is what all the women say to Eric the next day. Last night was not normal.
What the hell is that thing on the screen?
What, the girl or this?
Yeah, if it's a girl. But anyway.
Might be a girl, might be AI. I don't know. Let's see what we find out.
Last night wasn't normal. Posting over 150 times in under an hour is a psychological event. When the brain's self-regulation slips and the thoughts fire like a runway engine, we call that pressured output. There was fantasy substitutions. He claimed a foreign president surrendered to him and used a February clip where the guy was literally insulting him as evidence. That's confabulation, when someone fills in cracks in reality with whatever their ego wishes was true. Then came the paranoid ideation, shadow plots, invisible enemies, claims that Michelle Obama committed illegal acts without a shred of evidence. This is projection, when a narcissistic personality feels cornered and hunted. Then the collapse in reality testing. He posted Q-coded numerology, mystical symbolism, chosen one imagery. Clinicians flag this as magical thinking when stress pushes someone into story-based logic instead of real-world logic. Then came the grandiosity fracture, declaring a judge part of a global conspiracy against him. This is the ego screaming, "I'm so important, the entire world must be plotting around me." Then came the martyr complex, the claim that only he can save the nation, only he sees the truth, and only he is being persecuted. The classic fusion of narcissistic fragility and apocalyptic thinking. If a client walked into my office with even 2 of these symptoms, I'd pause the session, run a full mental status exam, and call a psychiatric consult. He displayed all of them within 60 minutes. The meltdown isn't the crisis. The silence around it is.
Wow. 150 tweets in an hour?
Except we talked about this a few days ago.
Is
These
it
people
really
are not
him?
tweeting. No,
Well,
come on.
wait a minute, though. I think that maybe late at night like that, like he does, when you see this kind of manic shit going on, those usually are like late at night, between like midnight and 2:00 in the morning and shit like that. And I don't know if he's got somebody there with him doing that at that hour of the night, and what else would he be doing at that hour other than, just being his own bizarre self. I've often thought, man, I would love to be a fucking fly on the wall and watch these motherfuckers when they don't think anybody's watching them. I would love to see how they operate.
let's put it in a Hollywood context. If you're a Tom Cruise or take your pick, you have an agent. When you sign that contract, your agent is your handler. Just because you're not in the movie or working on movie set, that's a life contract. That's how it works. You don't get to go out and do what you want. Not when they tell you got to go do a book signing. You got to go do this press conference. You've got to go to this wedding so that the paparazzi. That's the trade-off. You don't get to
I don't
have
know,
a
man.
private
I don't
life.
know. I think they have a little trouble because I think this guy's got a fucking temper behind the scenes that you've not seen on camera yet. I think that this motherfucker's got a temper where he really just starts flipping shit. He cannot stand criticism whatsoever. None.
Well,
He
that's
cannot
your
stand
average.
it.
That's your average politician.
I mean, this guy, he inside he's boiling.
Gets
Inside,
personal
he's
with him.
boiling. Yeah, he gets personal over it. The point where he calls, like, I guess he called Marjorie Green and was screaming at her on the phone and told her, you dare not to let any of those names out. You're going to hurt my friends, he said. And I thought,
I mean, if you look at these presidents that we have video evidence of, I mean, you can look at the persona of Kennedy, definitely a more grounded character.
Yeah, he was a bit of a fucking wild, loose card too, man.
He was
Look
Irish,
into his
right?
relationship with his good buddy Lem.
But I mean, Nixon and Trump. I mean, Nixon was I mean, I know there was good sides to Nixon, some things he did, but I mean, he did not like that guy had an ego and a half too.
He was a firecracker. Yeah.
Well, you know how Nixon got into politics, don't you? Prescott Bush put an ad in the classifieds.
Yeah.
And it basically, I'm paraphrasing, said that they were looking for someone who'd do anything to get to the top.
Oh, isn't that how, for
And
the record, that AOC?
He was the first person to answer the ad. He was the first person to answer the ad. Yeah, Prescott Bush. What's that tell you? Come on, bro. These people are in it, skin, completely. It's like a mafia. It is a mafia. Anyway, people are sick of paying for it. I'm sick of paying. Oh, I don't pay for it. I haven't for a long time. But you know, how much of my fucking sales tax, how much of my gas tax, all that other, my property tax, how much is that? Fuck you people, man.
You got to pay your
In case
fair
you were
share.
wondering if you should pay your taxes this year, check this out.
105 days until April 15th, which is tax day in the United States. And I and a lot of other Americans are not paying federal taxes. Now, I wish I could show you the alerts that I get every single day. I'm just a tiny account. So many people are organically joining this movement. And what that reveals to me is that the system is already compromised. It cannot continue. Go look at the comments. You'll see it. No system can withstand this level of pressure. Those in power know this, and they're going to do everything they can to distract, to provoke, and to turn a peaceful movement into something violent. Don't let it happen. And if you see people in the comments trying to talk about the Second Amendment, tell them, let's start with the First.
And since you're already here, you might as well check this out.
I've been seeing a bunch of posts about people saying they're not going to pay their federal taxes this year because the Pentagon misplaced $800 billion. They failed their yearly audit for the 7th year in a row, and like all the fraud that's been discovered in Minnesota. I'm going to keep my 2 cents to myself on whether I'm going to pay or not. But I want to give you a brief backstory on where these taxes even started and how far they've come, because it has been a snowball effect that's just gotten out of hand. So first, let's start with federal income tax. The first federal income tax was in 1860 to 1872, just to help with the Civil War efforts. And once those debts were paid, they got rid of it. It was supposed to be temporary, and it was. Then in 1894, they tried to do another income tax, which lasted 1 year, but the Supreme Court said it was unconstitutional. Then in 1913, we passed the 16th Amendment, which is the income tax that we have today. The max you were allowed to be taxed was 7%. The average tax was 1%, and it
was 6% if you made over 50,000. And just for reference, $50,000 in 1913 would be like $1.7 million today. Another temporary tax that the federal government put in place was the estate tax. It went into place in 1862 to fund the Civil War, and it was repealed in 1870. And this tax was only for 0.75% if you were giving it to direct relatives. It went up to 5% depending on how far down the family tree you were giving away your money or property. The current estate tax that we have in America goes up to 40%. We went from 5 to 40. We started a war over a 3% tax on tea. I just feel like we're the most docile people. There's no accountability for our government to actually show us how are you spending our money. We're sending billions of dollars overseas. Something has got to change. So I'm not saying I'm not paying, but they can't arrest everybody.
Well, I've been doing that. I've been saying that for decades. So, welcome.
We're already arrested. What the fuck?
Yeah, you're already screwed.
But where's the thing? Paying. How about just not filing? Just saying that. What do you mean? How? I didn't file. Where's the bill? Send me a bill. Well, you got to file first to get the bill, don't you?
Yeah. Exactly. I ain't fucking with that.
When I did it the first year I did it, I got audited immediately. Immediately. Within 4 months. Not filed.
And you know, I wish Ryan would, because if you want to know a little bit more about this on the law stuff, these people talk this amendment. Listen, if you're going to play the Constitution, it's Amendment 1 to 10. Everything outside 1 to 10 is the Bill of Rights. All that other shit, 14th Amendment. What are you talking about? That's for the U.S. citizen.
Yep.
So if you want to play the Constitution game, and I can even, and Ryan can talk about the Constitution, what it is and is not. But if you want to play with the Constitution, don't go outside of 10.
Yep. I would agree. I'd have to agree with that. Because everything else is just nonsense. Right?
Donald Trump is building a conviction factory in Florida. One of the things that has really upset Donnie is that he just can't seem to get courts to ignore the law and prosecute his enemies. To fix this, he started building his own court system within the court system. You may or may not remember the name Aileen Cannon. She's the federal judge who suctioned herself to Trump's ass and hasn't let go. She personally protected him when he stole a bunch of classified documents. He apparently promised her a Supreme Court nomination, but until that happens, he keeps leaning on her to break the law for him, and she keeps opening her throat and complying. Come back with me to 2016. The U.S. intelligence agencies revealed that Russia interfered in our elections in order to get Donald Trump elected. This is an incontrovertible fact that even Russia has come out and said they did. And Donnie has, since that day, been out for blood. His target is former CIA Director John Brennan. And even though no crime was committed and the statute of limitations passed years ago, Trump has found the perfect place to force convictions: Florida. There is no reason to bring this case in Fort Pierce, Florida, except that Aileen is the only federal judge in that district 100% ensuring the case will land in front of her. And they asked for a second secret grand jury, which makes no sense at all, unless your goal is to create a literal factory to push through as many cases as you can. They've already started mass subpoenaing people without explaining why. And when asked directly why they were setting this case up in this venue with this judge, they had no answer. And if this works, they will have created a factory to convict anyone they want for anything they want while bypassing the court system and creating their very own Donnie-approved conviction factory.
And what was his biggest thing that he was bitching about was him using the Justice Department and lawfare and all this other crap. And he's one of the biggest. This motherfucker sues people at the drop of a hat. His whole family's litigious as fuck, man. Litigious as fuck. Really bad people.
So real quick, Dave, I just want to throw something at you because I checked in. I heard you were.
Don't throw things at me. That's not nice.
Well, this is unlike the gorilla season. I won't throw any feces. I'm throwing something you might want to catch.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
I've been saying for the longest time that the Constitution is the undoing of our natural rights because it supposes that we get our rights from the contractual agreement with the federalized corporation. And I've been saying for the longest time that we're not a party to the Constitution because we are not on the document itself. We didn't sign it. The people who swear to it are bound by it. So we can use it to hold them in place. And I came across something yesterday, which I find pretty interesting. I'm just going to read it to you. It's a couple lines. Quote, no private person has a right to complain by suit in court on the ground of a breach of the United States Constitution, for though the Constitution is a compact, he is not a party to it. Paddleford, Fay and Company versus the mayor, city of Savannah.
Okay, that makes sense though, too. It does. It absolutely does. Because
Yeah,
that's
so we wanna-
the agreement. So who would be responsible for lack of a better term, prosecuting violations of that contractual agreement? Who would be responsible for that?
That's a tribunal, military, police, it's all military. So if you're if you're a cop or a state trooper, or it's for the employees.
Right.
Or public.
It's a corporate contract compact, but it's a banking / corporate contract document that establishes this corporation. And then the later amendments establish citizenry, which is one who owes allegiance to the United States, which is defined USC 1A as a corporation. United States citizen is defined 2A as a business instrumentality of said corporation. So we got Russian dolls here, right? Just deception within ruse, within duping. And you got a bunch of people running around voting for these positions, these corporations, thinking they're going to get more natural rights. No, the way to get natural rights is come out of her, my people, right? Stop buying into funding and going along with statute, policy, and code of the corporation.
Yep. That's exactly it.
That's really great.
If you stop feeding the beast, it'll wither away and die.
Yeah, stop feeding the trolls, essentially.
Wait.
Andrew had something to say. He's been here a while.
Sir, I'm also sharing my screen at the moment here.
Oh yeah, I have that. Hold on.
Okay, so I use pre-search.
We can't see that.
Be getting rid of here pretty soon.
We can't see that.
You can't see pre-search.
Well, no, you got to see your screen, man. You got to magnify that. Hit Control Plus.
Yeah, I know how to do that. Okay. Yeah. Mouse wheel forward. Okay. So all I typed in is, can illegal aliens hold political office? And right now in Minnesota, the mayor of Minneapolis is actually saying, yes, she is an illegal alien, and so are her parents. And then the answers I get are not necessarily associated with what Google will give you, because this is not the same type of a web browser search result. It's called a search query. So, and all it says is voting.
Yeah.
It's all it says. Voting. It doesn't say political office. USC code voting. It just goes on and on. But why the fuck is someone that comes over here illegally, knowingly, admittingly, allowed to be the mayor of a major metropolitan area and then hold political office? The internet won't even tell you. This is like being scrubbed from the internet. This is pissing me off.
Well, let's be clear. With times we're in right now, it's essentially a Cold War, breakdown of, the top-down structure of what, would be the nation, which was then, like I said, turned into the corporation. So it's really turned into the legal society can pretty much do whatever they want to do. And they've teamed up with the politicians and the code writers to pretty much enslave everybody with that code, extract revenue from them, and then use it for whatever their purposes, their corporate. That's the fascism, right? Is the merger of state and corporate power. So we're deep in fascism. We technically no longer have a republic. The communist, socialist, Marxist agenda is in full swing. It's why the abolition of private property is here, right? Technically, if everybody owns property that's titled to the state and pays tax on it to use it, then there is no more private property, right? Your house, your body, your car, your wages. So you have essentially a hundreds-year-long socialistic, communistic, Marxist, however you want to see it. It's all pretty much the same thing. Fascistic takeover where policy and code has become law. The corporation has supplanted the nation. And essentially, everyone being part of their society, opting in the unspoken social contract of democracy, they can pretty much do whatever they want now, right? Because everyone's consenting.
or not withdrawing their consent.
Yeah, I get that. I was just doing a little bit of a research on this because I heard the mayor of, I believe, Minneapolis saying that thing. I'm like, how is that possible? I've never heard of that being put out in public before. And they put illegal aliens in italics on this particular website, which is congress.gov. There we go. So, like,
Aren't you in San Francisco, Andrew?
No, fuck no. I will never go to that thing.
I'm pretty certain that illegal alien is a political term, because even if you look into their 18 U.S. code, which was it? Which one is immigration and citizen? That's what is that? 19. What is it, Paul? You're better at that.
But
I don't have the codes committed to memory. It's a simple search, right?
Yeah, just look under type USC, but they don't have in their US code anything. But you can be an alien, actually. I mean, you can be a lawful alien, and because if you want to rely on the Articles of Confederation, my nationality is New York. You can always fall back on that. So
the reason I said that about San Francisco, didn't they put that Asian lady who wasn't a quote unquote legal citizen into office?
Oh, the retard?
I don't know. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, well, this is this confused idea of states' rights, right? Like supremacy clause is as such for a reason, because United States Code was essentially supposedly written to stop all of this corruption, right? If you go look into it, you can start to see what they were trying to do there. And they use this idea of states' rights to completely deny U.S. Code and any foundational law of the land, and essentially just do whatever they want. And that's cool if it's a constitutionally protected activity, right? Subversion, tyranny, violation of their codes and policies and the supremacy clause is not that, right? So I'll give you an example real quick. If you want to, quote unquote, allow everyone on your state to smoke dope, then they have a right to do that, right? It's pursuit of happiness. What you don't have a right to do is convert private property into public property through unlawful conversion and require tribute in order to use it. That is a subversive, communistic, Marxistic takeover, right? And the guy in chat saying Marxist, fascist, you can kind of look at it that way. The right wing, left wing, it's essentially fascist, right? The merger of state and corporate powers on the right side, all the capitalists, and the Marxists on the left side fighting over who's going to run the nation moving into the future, right? It's one way of seeing it. And it's kind of a conglomeration at this point, it would seem to me. We kind of have aspects of all these isms. I contend behind all these isms is really Satanism. It's the deception of all mankind regarding what their natural rights are, powers, and abilities, and the belief in these organized groups that have more power than the individual united with God or the truth, however you want to look at that.
That's very well said. And the reason I was bringing it up, because it's a very big issue nowadays that is not easy for people to basically fight back against, because we have this Gestapo type of damn near militarized police force, and they don't know their left hand from the right hand in some places. I'm just trying to do as much research as I possibly can. And Sav and your son, you guys are doing great stuff along with Paul and other people. And I think that a lot of police officers are also starting to find out, like, what the fuck are we actually enforcing?
Well, yeah, when we talk about God, there's a cosmic movement that's been underway, right? What they'll term the sovereign citizen movement is really a cosmic movement of just people waking up and realizing all this stuff and then opting out, right? And of course, there's a learning curve here. So the cops are not going to be retrained until the quote unquote sovereign citizens keep whooping these people and getting dismissals at court, right? And that's happening more and more. And on a lot of these states, you're seeing prosecution no longer trying people who are not involved in violent crime. So don't ever let them convince you that we don't have power and a say in this and that our actions go unnoticed. We do, and they are noticed. And more the policy, the statute and code is being revised to update with what the quote unquote public or the private men and women operating in the public are showing, right? And how they're conducting themselves. And that's just how it works, man. If you want your servants to serve you, we're going to have to start acting worthy of that, right? If not, then they're going to be our masters.
It's like I've said, learn to be self-governed. And what I mean by that, stop depending on other agencies and other men to do things for you, right? What you pretty much make your own decisions anyway, right? You don't need, how is government even involved in your life at all? It's like they're just extorting you. And this entity that they call government, this corporation, they're just extorting you. What do you get in return? Oh, they give us the roads. Oh, who's going to build the fucking roads?
Right. So my primary question and what I was positing was to say that what's his name? Netanyahu or something? Could he hold political office in the United States?
Who? You mean the Prime Minister of Israel? Milikowski?
Or whatever his fucking name.
Yeah, he goes by Netanyahu, but he's actually Milikowski.
Oh, okay.
He's just a Polish Ashkenazi.
So to be clear for the guy in chat, I'm not calling. Again, I live my information, and I don't accept the title sovereign citizen. No. I'm saying that's what they're referring to, men and women who are attempting to uphold the foundational law of the land and exercise their rights. Everyone's getting this blanket labeling, right? Which is how the corporation demeans and devalues your cause, right? So more people don't jump onto it. I'm just pointing out that's what that actually is.
Well, Paul, the term citizen is synonymous with slave, isn't it?
Well, again, it's one who owes an allegiance to. So it can be used as if I say whatever your name is, right? Let's say Dave Smith. If I'm a citizen of the Smith family, then I owe allegiance to the Smith family. I have duties and obligations to that family, right? Or that tribe. Right. This has been kind of laid out. They put out a few different pieces of paper describing how the Native American tribes have a legal relationship with the federal corporation known as United States. They are not United States citizens. They are American nationals because they're born on this land. They have a claim to all the rights and also the protections rather than the privileges, right? If you go into U.S. Code, you'll find a privileged class and a protected class. I can't prove it, but I suspect that is the dual jurisdiction between the common law / constitutional original jurisdiction versus the later administrative jurisdiction, right? Where the privileged class, the ones who enjoy all the benefits and privileges of Social Security and driver's licenses and all the rest of these entitlement programs, owe duty and obligation and tribute to that corporation for their benefits and privileges, right? So that's how they get you on the hook and into their jurisdiction, is through the paperwork, through the status and the standing and how you conduct your affairs, right? Public or private.
Very good. Very good. Very good. So looks like China's like miles ahead of us and shit. I showed those EVs that they have over there where it's just fucking remarkable, and I'm thinking, of course, some Cold War PTSD. You put our vision, people my age, our vision of things in a communist nation are everybody wearing gray clothes and it's never sunny and they have to eat gruel and they're always everybody at the bottom right. And then I'm seeing this shit coming out of these places and I'm going, what the fuck, man? Why do we not have any of this? So they did this drone show in China. I don't know if you guys saw this or not, but it was completely controlled by AI. Yeah. This fucking thing was amazing. Let me bring this up. Watch this shit.
Only China could pull this off. Last night in Chongqing, a drone show hit Guinness World Records. How many? 11,787 drones. Each costs thousands with lights, batteries, upkeep. Together, it's like lighting $1 billion mansion in the sky. The US burns fireworks, gone in seconds. Europe does light shows, just colors. China? They turned the sky into a 3D screen. Animals, glowing words, full animations. Like the world's priciest billboard hanging above a city. Free to watch. Even crazier, this was the first dual formation. 2 different images at once. Sounds cool? Behind it, burning money. Algorithms, testing, GPS, it all costs big. One mistake, thousands lost. Over 10,000 sync perfectly. That's a money-burning miracle. No human pilots. AI plus GPS ran it. Result, 0 crashes, 0 delay. So clean it looked like CGI. This isn't just art. It's tech, and it's business. So here's the real question. Do you think your country could pull this off?
That's a recipe for Project Bluebeam right there.
The aliens are coming. The aliens are coming.
I just went through Title 8. That's the immigration and nationality thing. That's the whole thing about citizen alien. No, the terms together, illegal and alien, do not exist defined in their U.S. code.
Well, if you look at the word, alien is essentially someone who cannot have a lien put on them. Alienable, right? Something that cannot be liened or levied.
I've had people argue with me about that fucking shit, and I'm like, bullshit, man. That's exactly what it means. It's not alien. It's a lien. You can't put a lien on it.
But it's
In
actually,
other words, in fact, it's to the point where if you really dig into it, you figure out it's not only can it not be taken from you, you can't even give it away.
Well, the irony's become we're so deep into fascism that the illegal alienable folks actually retain more rights and protections than the supposed United States citizen.
Yep.
And this is what's pissing off a lot of the Republicards who can't seem to figure out how that's all working, right? They think that Donnie's going to like fix that and undo that. No, you have to correct your status in the record and understand the words and terms and how it applies / doesn't apply to you, right?
Right.
It's a word game. It's all just double speak word games, and that's how they get everybody wrapped up.
Real quick. This is some more of that drone. Real quick, I was just going to show you. This is good shit.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome.
Even the fucking fireworks are drones, man.
All those people have cancer now.
Yeah, they're all going. Well, that's all right.
Hey.
There's a lot of them.
China's beta tech. People talk about Bluebeam. They don't even do China. You're going to put this over Bible Belt, and they're going to Jesus is here.
Yeah, you could. The raptures are coming.
Get the dough. Get the kids. You're going to stop shooting everything.
Oh, come on. This is getting really bad now. Now they're, the thing I showed earlier? No. All right. So, all right. About Charlie Kirk, or not Charlie Kirk, Erica Kirk and JD Vance being the same guy, right? Now they got.
Now that you brought it up real quick, I just wanted, because I forgot something I was going to say before, then you just reminded me. JD Vance, from what you can pull it up. Not only did Donald Trump in the same month admit that the 14th Amendment was for freed slaves, it was never supposed to be applied to Americans, but JD Vance actually gave a speech saying we all need to become sovereign citizens, which that was rather shocking to me.
Wow.
Yeah, we went from sovereign citizen being a pejorative to, hey, we better get on board with this, because they see the movement, right? They're starting to see that they're going to have to get with the grassroots rather than continue to marginalize it. And then hopefully, what I'm thinking is, I can't prove it, like a lot of this stuff, they're going to get with it to co-opt it and then deceive it, right? Which is what they seem to usually do.
Yeah. Or they're going to, exactly. So they're just going to. Or they're
and they've got the
pinpoint.
They've got the UBI. They got the UBI. So all these people like, I'm not paying taxes in 2025. Well, again, why are you filing in the first place? You don't. So this whole I don't trust any of it. This is all right versus left.
It's like the people. It's like the people that want to dissolve the two-party system. It's like, oh, we need to create an independent system. It's like it'll just be infiltrated by the same people, and then they'll just take it over and corrupt it, just like the other parties that they supposedly dissolved.
The average
Dave, pull that up if you're willing to, real quick, because I want to hear that again. And just if I'm off on it, because we can all hear it together. If you're willing to, it's JD Vance, sovereign citizen, or just keyword it. YouTube, it should pull right up, man. I mean, it was a pretty notable quote there.
Just a minute here. JD Vance.
They're just going to use the information to get a pinpoint on people, and then they'll be like, "Oh, you're a sovereign citizen, huh?"
Okay, yeah, here it is. Let's see. This is a minute and 21. All right, hang on. Let me grab it.
As you're pulling that up, there are a lot more channels of ex-cops, and even people over in the UK forget their channel names. They're like, "Haha, look at this guy getting beat, his ass beat, and he played this sovereign citizen versus cop thing."
Yeah.
So they're getting desperate with the term.
Yeah, they use it in a lot of shit now.
I don't know what this is. This is just the first one that came up.
They just came out with a movie this spring, didn't it? Something sovereign, or didn't the movie just come out?
Yeah, we were just talking about that the other
sell you advertisements. One of the biggest questions for American policy over the next 10 years is how to ensure that you are a sovereign citizen. And you cannot be a sovereign citizen if any private corporation or any government can steal something from you that belongs to you. Sir, thank
Wow.
you. Thank you.
Well, we need data rights, and we don't have data rights.
Just in case you didn't hear that, let me play that again.
Yeah, for all of us conspiracy theorists, right?
Yeah. This is crazy.
But
Second, the search engines are collecting data on you so that they can sell you advertisements. One of the biggest questions for
Come on, brother. Get your shit together.
He's slowing it down.
policy over the next 10 years is how to ensure that you are a sovereign citizen, and you cannot be a sovereign citizen if any private corporation or any government can steal something from you that belongs to you.
So there it is. So for all the people out there who for the last 5 or 10 years have been telling me I and others are crazy whack jobs, conspiracy theorists, we don't know law and what we're talking about. Your politicians are literally using this phrase and the same verbiage, right? To describe the same idea. All of a sudden, out of left field, right? We're now going to accept that a government is a corporation essentially, and they shouldn't be able to take your property, and we should all figure out how to become sovereign citizens. I found that clip to be fascinating.
That is.
Yeah, but coming out of his mouth doesn't say much.
No, but again, you got to read between the lines with a lot of this stuff. All this proves is that we, in our own little corners, doing our due diligence, getting results at court, are having an effect so much so it's reaching the top, and they're having to adopt the movement. They're having to take up the banner, because if not, they're going to be outcompeted, right? That's just the bottom line.
Yeah. This summer that I got a little space between me and the psychopaths, I called the according to the New York court system, who's not a judge. I recorded. He's like, "Well, didn't you claim to be a sovereign citizen?" I said, "No. Show me the court record where I ever said that." But now he's even saying that I claimed to be a sovereign citizen, either verbally or on paperwork. And I think, Paul, whatever past we have, I think, I probably would never have done that.
Yeah, I mean, again, that's their limited. You got to wonder, are these people really just that low IQ? And I don't put it past anyone. Again, 80% of the folks got the what. I don't know if we talk about that over here. Certain channels don't like to talk about it, but if 80% of the world, I look up the stats, it's every country, right, without fail, right? So it's 80% of the world got the what. Well, then that tells me 80% of the world can't make accurate connections about who's who and what's what, right? These are the people filling all of these positions. People who can't just look at something and say, "Oh, this is what it is," right? Not even after 2, 3, 4, 5, 100 fucking times. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, man. I mean, this just really comes down to an IQ and an EQ issue, right? An SQ, I guess, spiritual quotient. And I guess it's like a good 5 to 10, 20% max of the world who can actually see this stuff, understand it, and communicate it effectively, right? The rest are just kind of repeating shit.
Most people are just, they're just doing their thing, and
go along to get along.
Yeah, but
I think a lot of people got that, but I don't think you know, if you want to believe their numbers, I don't think 80% did. You know, I think that's fake. Not 80%, no way. It's just like they told you how many died. I don't believe that either. But you know, I think a lot. Like I said, I think a lot.
Well, let's put it this way. When I talk about legal versus lawful and I cite the US code, 80% of folks who come across my channel and content tell me I'm a dumb sovereign citizen and I think that I'm going to save the world and this is a bunch of nonsense and I don't know what I'm talking about, right? I mean, if you go out on the street and ask 80% or more of the people, what do they believe the United States is? They're going to tell you what they've heard and what they believe. They're not going to tell you what's true. They don't know, right? They're just repeating shit. So it's at least 80%, right?
I agree with that, but you can't equate that to them actually doing that. Yeah, I mean, you can assume that, but you don't know that for sure.
No. I listen. I live in a what they call an expat thing. I talk with Aussies. There's 80% of people, Khmer, German. They said, yeah, they got it, but it was the Chinese version, so they believe it's a placebo and it's better than the Moderna, whatever. Maybe 5% said, yeah, I bought a fake certificate. But 80% say, yeah, I got it.
I have the stats here if you want to hear it. Canada.
All we have to do is go around to our families, right? Go to your family and ask yourself how many people out of your family got the you know what, even if it's the flu one, right? You know, yeah. And I would say it's probably about 8 out of 10 for me, right? So 7 or 8 out of 10.
This is what
I'm
I
not
found.
saying you're wrong either.
This is what I found from Fortune.com. Says that 60% of Canada, 68% of Canada, 54% of the United States, 34% of Brazil, 66% of Chile, 50% of France, 66% of the UK, 15% of Russia, 23% of Japan, 30% in South Korea, 24% Australia, 20% in India, 65% in Israel, 2% in Kenya, 5% in South Africa.
Yeah. I think there are a lot of uninformed people, but I don't necessarily. Like I said, I'm not saying you're wrong either. Maybe 80% for all I know.
Okay.
But now you have to qualify as well, because I just looked up the stats recently, and again, who knows if any of these stats are correct? Because they'll bulk it up to say we did a great job, and they'll downplay it to say we need to do more. Right? That's just the nature of the beast. But now, is the qualification got at least one or got all of them, right? Because if you do at least one, it's going to be up there.
They said those stats are at least one.
Okay.
What I just read off.
So minimum of one, you qualify. Okay.
Yeah, and it qualifies as they then add you into that number.
Now, can you cross-check that with 2 or 3 other sources just to see if there's discrepancy and how much we're being lied to on all ends?
So basically, with those numbers, I'm not good at math. So, but what I heard off the top of my head, I guess that would, globally speaking, that would be half the world, according to what, 60, 50, 20, 50? If you average those numbers out.
Say that one more time, sir.
I guess if you put all those numbers together and you do the global average, that would be what, roughly 50?
Yeah, well, if you consider, the size of the countries, the populations are all going to be different.
And they didn't mention China there or Indonesia.
No, they didn't.
You got to take into the fact of, population, age, country, and all that. But I don't know.
Nobody's even considering the Vietnamese garment workers. I mean, come on.
What about you don't like indigenous people, right? People that you've never come across in life. We obviously know they didn't get it, but.
You're right.
I don't know. My real world, traveling here and there, different kinds of people. I pretty much with Paul, I'd say 80% from my.
Yeah, I'm not saying you guys are wrong.
They're really getting desperate for the bread and circus, and the circus. Look, these are the people we need. Will we ever reach these people? Let's take a look at this. Is a new sport.
I wanna dance in the lights. I wanna rock your body. I wanna go for a ride. Hop in the music and rock your body. I wanna dance in the lights. I wanna rock your body. I wanna go for a ride. Hop in. I wanna.
Yeah, that's an awesome sport. That's how you do it.
ESPN shows professional pillow fighting.
No shit to pick up either.
Wasn't that just called hurdles before? Maybe I'm getting old.
Hey, real quick, I looked that up.
So I'm looking at Wikipedia right here, and again, good luck finding a trusted source. 70.6%. So just on that one right there, of global population have received at least one dose.
Yeah, it says World Population Review says that approximately 2.7 billion doses have been administered globally. It says that about 767 million people are fully vaccinated, meaning
globally.
Every single one of them.
Well, see, this is what's so fascinating because right here it says 13.5 billion doses have been
It's going to be
administered.
different everywhere you live, probably.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. I don't know how they can even.
Plus, I'm sure it's by year because the other one was 2020, and this is a newer website too. So
Well, I'm on Facebook dating, and I can tell you, if I meet 10 women on there, and I'm somehow lucky enough to match with even 10 women, 8 out of 10 have it, at least one, right? it's around that number.
I had a gay friend said that he can't even date gay men anymore because they actually go on what's their app? What's this thing they all hook up on?
Grinder or something. Yeah, Grinder.
Yeah, he says all the fags. I'm sorry, the homo.
No, you're right the first time.
No, they do it proudly. Yes, I'm fully vaccinated, so we can go and do all this butt pumping and the queers got it big time.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Yeah, I can't let at least 8 out of 10 men on Facebook dating blow me because they all have the vax as well. So,
well, I did. To be fair, I did.
Not a good prognosis.
I know quite a few older, married guys that says, "Yeah." I said, "Really, you got it?" And they're like, because they know me a bit, and they're like, "Yeah, okay, don't tell my wife I said I went and got it." And she just kept harassing me, and she'd say, "Yeah, I got it." Oh, okay, honey.
Yeah,
So
I
a
mean,
lot of
again,
people were live.
that 70-80% number jives with what I've just seen in life, right? The way I look at it, you'd be lucky if you could get 20% of people who opt out of anything collectivized, right? I don't care what it is. That's big numbers. If you can get 2 out of 10 people to say, I'm not going along with what everyone else is going along with, like, I'd be overjoyed there.
They say that's even paramount to or even exceeds the fear of death. And this is what leads to people being afraid of public speaking, is being rejected by the crowd.
Right.
The fear of being rejected by the crowd. And so they play on that. And that's why I was going to say something when you were talking earlier about people that come in your comments and say all the things that you illustrated. And I'm going, how many of those you reckon are bots that are sent there? Because people go and they read the comments and they say, look, what are people saying about this? Before I invest in it, what are they saying about it? And they're going to read these comments. And they have these bots that go out there and they target channels like yours, channels like mine, and things like that to go ahead and, put whatever in the comments, to detract away from the information. And that's why I was wondering, I wonder how many of those comments that you get come.
Let's go to channels, right, Dave? If we were to take a live list, out of 10 channels, for every 10 channels, how many channels are not repeating whatever the TV or the newspaper or their collective out there has put out for them to repeat, right? Whatever the story of the week is.
Right.
And unironically, right? Like really latched on, they're invested, they're engaged, they think it's a thing. So it's around that number, man. You'd be lucky if you can find 2 out of 10 channels who aren't NPC, quote unquote, normies, as they like to use the phrase now, who just go along to get along and parrot whatever is put on their plate.
Mm-hmm. Whatever's popular, because their aim's to get big and not really to put it out there. Get people to actually grab a hold of their own fucking brains and think for themselves for a change. Stop relying on authority. What I mean by that is, oh my God, so many people school really did a number on them. They believe shit because teachers said. No idea what the fuck it is. It's just because teachers said or an institution told them something, and they don't even think about it any further.
So I have the answer for this.
What's that?
I said I have the answer for this.
Oh, okay.
It's gravity.
Of course.
There's one case in point right there. Boom. There's one right there.
What
Look
about
at-
people? Oh, go ahead, Rick.
Shut up, Eric.
No, I just
Go
real
ahead,
quick, like what Paul said. Look what they did with the recent Charlie Kirk thing. You had the left and the right, like, oh, the left is celebrating the Nazi dead, and the right was like, no, he's a good Christian, greatest, Messiah ever. So everybody across the board was talking about Charlie Kirk.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, they negotiate an $8 billion deal for Israel.
This is so great, right? This is what I love about the scientific method. So I just searched first listing that came up. How many percentage of people did not vote in the last election? Guess what the number is?
33.
No, 19.7%. We're right at that 20% again. Is it always a coincidence, right? So, if we're around the 20% mark, didn't take the what, it would make sense that the same amount of people did not show any interest in voting for this evil or that evil, right?
Well, what's that based
2 out of
off?
10.
What's that based off of? Is that based off census or?
Yeah, Census Bureau.
All right. So, a thing I was going to bring up is what about people who are in nursing homes and they have Alzheimer's and dementia and stuff like that? That was probably forced on those people, right?
What
we're talking about?
Yeah.
The job.
Yeah.
Wait. It's funny, the Census Bureau, because when they did the census in 20 whatever, and they're saying, oh, it's illegal if you don't fill it out. And I was like, yeah, I'm not doing the census.
Yeah.
I didn't do it either.
You only have to put your name and that's it.
You'd be lucky if you can get 20% of people to say, I'm not filling out your paperwork, no matter what paperwork it is, right?
Listen, there's a garbage can between the mailbox and my house for a reason. Okay?
Right.
A lot of stuff goes in there.
You only have to tell them the amount of people and that's it. No other information.
I don't.
This could be a new bit, right? You can just give me just give me an idea and let's look it up and see what their percentage is. Like what percentage of people when they're given a cancer diagnosis don't take the mustard gas chemo to kill themselves further, right?
Well, they came
less than
here.
10%.
I didn't fill out the census thing, and they ended up coming here, and they was pounding on the front door, and I opened it, and they says, we're from the Census Bureau. And I said, oh, okay, good for you. And they were like, well, how many people live here? I said, that's classified.
Yeah.
Everything
No, you know what they
asked me,
did?
I said it was classified.
They went to my neighbor and asked neighbor. They actually relied on hearsay knowledge.
Yeah, I just went, I said, it's classified. I can't divulge that information.
Would you like to know about your Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ?
I started giving them the Jehovah's Witness.
Just be like, here, read this magazine.
I'm so glad you're here. Cool. So tired of getting doors slammed in my face. It's about time I do it to somebody else. Fuck you.
And by the way, I thought the United States was founded on Christian principles. And what does the Bible say about the census?
Yeah, right.
Idiots.
Well, if
National Cancer Database indicates that 9.2% of patients receive no first course of treatment, right? So we're in that 10 to 20 centile again.
Yeah, you bet. Yeah, g'day, Paul.
How are
You're
you,
being
sir?
generous. Yeah, good. Thanks, mate. You're being generous with 80%. Like, I live in Thailand and I meet a lot of people because I do stand up and I do material on the topic. And I know it's at least 90% in the West. People got it, like places like the US, Australia, Canada. And in Thailand, where I live, I reckon it'd be close to 99% got one of them in one form or another.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mate, no offense. Kim, the one thing about Thailand, I love it. But, man, between Cambodia and Thailand's like the number one. They're still wearing the masks, man. It's probably like 15, 20%. I mean, I don't know where in Thailand you are, but.
Well, here's how they're mopping up the rest. Here's how they're going to mop up the rest. They're vaccinating the fucking cattle and the livestock and shit with mRNA fucking vaccines. They're spraying it on crops, and I would suspect they're already doing it, but they're planning on spraying it. You know, like with these chemtrails.
No.
Yeah.
Yep.
An aerosol.
Can that,
Who got it in you?
Can that
You know
kind
what
of
the
thing be
number one?
passed? Go ahead, Luke.
You know what the number one prophylactic for these nano particulates is? From what I'm learning.
What's that?
The property graphene.
Nicotine. Nicotine.
Yeah. See, I'm straight up, man. I smoke.
He's mainline it.
I'm
Well, I saw some pretty. So,
you little microscopic bastards. I'll tell you what.
You got to wonder why they push nicotine, you know, through Ed Bernays, and then right around the 90s when the flu shot was coming out and get that, all of a sudden smoking's bad.
Oh yeah, 4 out of 5. Well, I already know. It's too late. I read the ad in Life magazine that 4 out of 5 doctors prefer Camel. Okay,
Yeah.
so that's what I stick with.
Fred Flintstone said by
Trust
Winston.
the science. Trust the fucking science. You know what I'm saying?
So, mate, you're sticking that 90. Let's just say 100% of people in Thailand got it.
I reckon it'd be 95 at least, 95%. But they got these Chinese ones, and I don't think they're the real the real gene therapy. And also like the Farangs, with the
I know what you mean, the foreigners.
That's a Thai word for foreigners.
White.
They mostly got the the mainstream brands. You know we all know those main three, right?
Yeah.
And I, apart from one guy who a good friend of mine passed away, probably from that, I don't know anyone else who's had any health issues. So I think the batches they sent over here were nowhere near as poisonous as what we got back home. Because I've got so many friends and family who are having issues, strokes, heart attacks, cancers, like left, right, and center. But it sort of like makes that Deagle report believable because they don't care about Asia because over here they just follow everything the government says. There's no question. There's very rarely questioning of authority in Japanese, Chinese, Thai.
They're questioning shit now, boy. I'll tell you that. There's a lot of people, in fact,
over here as well. It's happening at last.
See, this is interesting. They're really listen. If they didn't want something to happen, it wouldn't be out there. But this thing about tax revolts, okay, there's a lot more talk. There's a lot more of this coming out into the
sphere,
metasphere, whatever the fuck we call this bullshit, right?
Flat Earth.
Flat Earth.
Let's talk about the moral victory that's about to take place here in America when it comes to income tax. Not one American citizen, it doesn't matter what side of the aisle you're on, would be like, yeah, let's vote for taxes. Because we have the ability, like these are our public servants, they work for us, right? So when we come together as a group and we say no more, we're saying we're not doing anything, they have to pass laws, they work for us. So what American do you think would vote for paying taxes? Like, just show me one American who's like, yes, gosh, I can't wait to just give this government. If you work for the government, sure. Okay, so there are going to be the people that freeload off the system. And yes, those people will vote to continue to keep freeloading off the system. But, the masses, us, the 9-to-5ers, the garbage men, the farmers, the construction workers, the independent journalists, the investigative journalists, the filmmakers, every single person from the country music singers down to the gosh damn janitors, none of us want to fucking pay taxes. So what happens when we all come together and we realize, like, fuck this, we're not paying taxes. And if you are a politician who's going to vote for paying taxes or vote for continuing taxes, then we're going to primary you and we are going to remove you from office. If you are not running your 26th midterm campaign on abolishing the IRS, you're not getting my fucking vote. It's that simple. Good morning, X. Check this out.
Tell me how this is freedom when you pay rent to the government on the house that you already own. We live in a government tax farm. You got income tax, you got property tax, you got fucking sales tax, you got capital gains tax, you got, what else we got? Inheritance tax. Every angle you turn, they've got their hand in your pocket. Different names, but it's the same fucking scam. You get fined for earning a living. You get punished for buying something. You get squeezed for investing into your family's future. And your kids get robbed the moment that you're gone. I mean, think about it. Why should you have to keep paying just to live in a house that you already own? I mean, why should you have to hand over money just for the privilege of buying something that you already worked for? And why should your family get gutted when you try to pass on what you built? Here's what most people don't even realize. When income tax was first introduced, it wasn't permanent, okay? It was temporary, and it was 3%. And now they're taking nearly 40% of what you make before you even see the fucking check. And that's before they hit you with property taxes. That's before the sales taxes. That's before the gasoline tax. That's before paying registration on your car, which is just another tax. They rob you when you earn. They rob you when you spend. They rob you when you save. And they rob your heirs when you kick the bucket. That's not freedom. That's not the land of opportunity. Okay, that's feudalism with better branding. And while they're bleeding you dry, your money isn't even staying here. It's being shipped overseas, billions to Ukraine, billions to other countries that fucking hate us. And meanwhile, your roads are crumbling. Your grocery bills are doubling. They want to tell you that everything's coming down. I don't fucking see it. Gas is $4 a gallon. Okay, diesel, it's even more. And FEMA's over here telling Americans to get fucked after the fires and the hurricanes. This isn't by accident. It's by design. You're not a citizen in their eyes. You're a product. You're a resource. You're a cow that gets milked until you're fucking done. And then they still give you the shaft. And the truth is, taxation is theft. Always has been, always will be. And brother, if you're done being farmed, you're not alone. We're building a brotherhood of men who are fed up with the scam. Men who are unapologetically reclaiming discipline and control over their lives. And if you're one of us, then come and join us, brother. The link is in my bio.
Right, and that's exactly the type of Republic bro who's going to start a civil war here, because he wants to, like the last guy, abolish and overthrow and bitch and whine and complain and rabble rouse. Here it is right here, the first page of the IRS tax code. The IRS tax code operates on a system of voluntary compliance where taxpayers are expected, by the way, they use the word taxpayers, not men and women. That's defined as well. If we go into the definitions, are expected to report what they owe to the government and pay the entire amount owed under law. This system allows individuals to calculate their own tax liability and submit the taxes independently, right? So nobody's forcing you to provide your social security number, which the United States Code and various CFR bills have said you don't have to provide on your job application. You can opt out, and nobody's telling you to sign that paperwork, which at the bottom in small print says they consider you a withholding agent. You are involved in a corporate process, and you are signing paperwork to give yourself over to that jurisdiction. When it says right there, reads right there, a system of voluntary compliance. Stop complying. See? And he used the word citizen like it was a benefit to him, right? Another guy who doesn't understand the difference between a man and woman under God versus a citizen of a self-defined corporation. See, my people perish for lack of knowledge. That's why we're in this.
And he said individual it only exists in the IRS tax code. It's not defined in the CFR. It's not defined in the USC. It's not defined in the Constitution. No constitutions. Individual. That's a IRS tax code and other legalese. Well, you're a person. Then what are they? You're a natural person. Oh, we just
a resident.
On it.
A resident is another one, which the root word would indicate. See, what I always think of when I heard that word is residual, right? You are some kind of residual beingness from whatever.
You're on the res.
You're an infant pauper.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, it's basically this. You belong to the corporation. Okay, so that basically means your home is Washington, D.C., and you reside in this place. And that's because you're a U.S. citizen. Now, next step back from that, you become a state national.
And it's all banking.
Right. Now, have you ever looked up the location under U.S. code of the debtor? It's Washington, D.C., a 13 square mile location that is not a unionized state. Oops. What's that? Whatever it is, 10, 13. It's the District of Columbia, right? Why the district and why Columbia? What is that? No one ever asked, right? So it is a non-unionized territory that is a foreign encampment on this land, right? Not a unionized state, foreign encampment, District of Columbia, and you're claiming to be residing in that 10 square mile region, right? And then every state of, rather than state, Arizona state, and then there's state of Arizona. I went into this with the sheriffs in one of my videos, right? There's trust property, which is Arizona state trust land, and then there's state of Arizona, which is part of the corporation and listed as a corporate entity, right? It's all about jurisdiction. So all the dummies running around claiming to be residents of, state of, or citizens of United States, where the debtor is located in the District of Columbia, you've been tricked out of your position. They know how to fraud you. They know how to get you to repeat and get yourself wrapped up with their words and terms. It's just that easy.
Wait. Paul, doesn't their Bible that the United States was found on, it doesn't say you're a children of God, but then all of a sudden you're a resident of this and you're a citizen of this and that?
Well, I got another statistic for you. I just looked up two more. 20 to 30% of people don't agree with being legally married. I wonder why. Because it's another fraud, right? You could argue. And 85% of the world believes in the three main religions, right? So we keep closing in on that 10 to 20% number when we look up the collectivism, right? And what most people do versus what the minority does. It's
right.
Circling that dream.
Look at all the psychological.
I wanted to say this about Washington, D.C. There it is, and it is a blasphemous thing. It really is. And where's it at? It's right inside Virgin Maryland.
Yeah.
You know,
yeah.
Fuckers.
They love to play. They love to put it right in your face, right? Indirectly. They love to, give you the game without giving you the game.
I love them for it, to be honest. I love Satan. Satan is pretty cool.
Dang.
Well, this is the ironic part about this realm and what Shaitan as a deceiver is here to do, which is over a long enough period of time bring everyone back under truth and God through deception, right? It's fascinating how they work hand in hand indirectly.
Yeah, no, it's
Has everyone on this panel come to realize that every single thing that the media and the government pushes is in some form or another a deception?
Yeah, inverted reality.
I'd say so.
It's just like, you always hear people say, "Oh, don't go full RV." Like, "Oh, RV reckons everything's a hoax," and I'm like,
all right,
it might not be a hoax, but there's some form of deception in everything they're pushing, everything they spotlight.
So somebody said that Eric is a Satanist. No, I said I love Satan. Doesn't mean I follow and worship Satan. I love Satan, but we're on equal footing because you can throw stones at me, Satan, but how do you interpret that I'm a Satanist because I said I love Satan?
Well, like I just said, when you understand the macro dynamics of what this place is and how everything works, right? The devil has a cause and a purpose, and through that cause and the purpose, you are able to see, right, through pain and suffering, more about who we really are or can be, right? So, if it wasn't for the grand deception, there wouldn't be so many people who've been fucked so many times that they look into it and discover themselves in the truth, right? And then everything that stands off of that.
Let me see if I can find it.
Do you reckon there's any obscure countries, in Africa or wherever, where Satan's not in charge?
Yeah, probably lots of places in Africa and places in the rain. I'm sure lots of places in Borneo. Yeah, anybody that's not part of the postmodernist world, driving automobiles and smartphones, which isn't I don't know. They're definitely hiding land. So I don't know.
But isn't there only two? This might be a myth. You got to question everything, obviously. But the narrative is, the sort of truth and narrative is that the only countries that don't have a Rothschild central bank are North Korea and Iran. So if you've got a central bank, you're part of the club, right? Your leaders.
I think that this Shaitan idea archetypally is an inherent aspect of our beingness, right? That whether you have formalized government or not, no matter where you go on the planet, there are human beings claiming authority above and beyond what they actually have legitimately, right? So I think that is part of the deception, that somehow men and women can get together and overwrite the creation, right? That's kind of the Luciferian doctrine. Overwrite what's true, what's logical, what's moral, what's ethical, because
Well,
this is the way that we do it, right?
How
Or have
about your
always
own
done it.
mom? How about your mom? How about your mom?
What about my mom?
No, I don't mean you, Paul. I mean, how about your mom? Like anybody's mom. You did this, and you're a bad Muslim. You. How about your family?
Where are you going with that?
Yeah.
Playing the role of Satan. You want to point a picture me, and
Right.
I'm not. My chest is. So it starts right off in the family. Oh, this is a Amish family. If you don't want to, and you have to go out and do the Rammsteiger, all that. Yeah, it starts with the family.
There you go.
Yeah. I mean, you could argue that we're all, or if not most of us, at least to an extent, evil, in the sense that evil is just live spelled backward, right? So we're born into a world where we're encouraged from day one to live backward, right? So it's only once we go on that journey of seeking truth that we discover more and more of how we've been evil and been living backward. Again, I think it's just part of this realm, part of the journey.
It's hard to put that and pin that on any one individual in this realm as well, because as we know, we fight not against flesh and blood, but against powers and principalities. I would consider these minions, the minions of the Shaitan, or if you prefer, Legion, inhabiting or influencing. Who am I getting that echo from? Oh, it's over here. Hang on. Okay. So you know what I'm saying? Minions.
It's a spirit or a state of consciousness.
Exactly. And Legion, how's that always? It's us, it's we, and the influence under the Shaitan that goes against that, which is good. This is an interesting little thing on that.
People don't even understand the Church of Satanism. That's controlled up. They want you to think Satanism is about red horns, a pitchfork, this LARP character. Anton LaVey's real name is Howard Stanton LaVey, and the Satanic Bible was written by Asaph Dayan, which is the son of Moshe Dayan, who basically founded the IDF.
Yeah, he helped. He ran weapons and sent weapons to Israel as he was infiltrating Hollywood to push Satanism.
They are so ahead of the mark that they produce controlled opposition Satanism. So that instead of looking at Talmudic Satanism, which is really what Satanism is, a stepping stone towards, if you look deeply enough, they just want us to look at
the horns,
Anton LaVey, Satanism, LARPing, a bunch of these dysgenic losers or incels getting together and LARPing and like, yeah, down with Christianity. And all the boomer types get offended. Actually, that's a distraction, while the actual degeneracy and the normalization of evil is happening through these Talmudic folk.
But no, I do think it's interesting that at the same time, he's trying to create Israel and he's also pushing Satanism at the exact same time, the exact same guy.
They know what they're doing.
But it's also, you look at like some of their, like, they believe in their God. Look at Epstein Island, for example. You see that giant, that temple built there. These are the most elite people around the world. They believe in this stuff. We cannot believe in it, but they believe in their demon gods.
Yeah, ultimately, the world is run by satanic pedophiles.
I have to agree, man. But
Guys,
you
I gotta-
understand, that's the thing. A lot of people think that there's this, like people wearing these like black robes and candles and all that shit. Sure, there might be some cosplay in their rituals, but it's fully Talmudic, man. It really is. And even Jesus called that out, a star of Rembrandt fan. That's not, where the fuck is that? That Star of David. That doesn't come from anything in the Bible at all. Nothing in the Old Testament, nothing else. And you ask rabbis, and they don't even know where the fuck it comes from. They just go.
Well, this is why I love their words and terms that overlap when they talk about, like we were talking earlier, the state of, right? A state of New York or a state of California or a state of Colorado is a state of deception and Satanism, right? It's a state of beingness, right? It's a mind frame and a perspective. It's not a beingness, right? A monolithic or a single entity.
Guys, I apologize. I'm going to sit on the side because my connection's getting choppy.
Well, I'm getting ready to cut her down anyways, man. It's
Yeah, I'm
4
gonna
hours.
run.
It's past 4 hours. I've been on here a long time. and I got up early today and got to have fun with trying to level outdoors and shit. So in an unlevel fucking building.
My internet was off for a while today, so the internet the connection's kind of sucky.
That sucks.
All right, fellas, I'm gonna take my leave. I'll jump out. Blessings all around.
Where we go?
Right on. Thanks for coming up.
Hey,
Paul.
good to see you, Paul. It's been a while.
You as well,
I mean
Eric.
that really. Cheers, bro.
Yeah.
Yep. All right, guys. I want to thank everybody for coming up here tonight. D-Man, Luke, and of course, Eric and Chad, as always. And let's see who we got. We got a lot of good people. Brad and Tasha, everybody out here. Just everybody gets along. Everybody likes being in this chat too. So that's pretty cool.
Except for Weedlander, you're not welcome here.
Yeah, no, Weedlander is around.
Hey,
Weedlander
Luke. Since we're in the same place, I'll put my my phone number in the since we're in the same time zone.
Yeah, put it in the private chat there for him.
And Paul's got a channel. Do you want to post?
I put it in the regular chat there. Hang on, I'll do it again. Go ahead.
Paul and Slade.
I remember him from Flow States streamed. They all give
There you
him
go.
a
It's
hard
in the regular
always
chat there.
I haven't
they're
seen
always giving
Flow
him a hard
State.
time.
He changed to the powder, Dusty.
No, Paul's cool. Paul's
Thanks.
cool. Him and Ryan
Got
had
it,
a
Eric.
falling out, but what? It's all
No,
good,
you're
man.
not chopped liver. No, you guys are all great and wonderful people show up here. We have, a little bit of trolling happens in the chat, but not a whole lot. And I think for the most part, it's most of the people here are they're decent with one another. A lot of people, they look forward to seeing each other here in the chat too. And I want to thank everybody for all their kind words, people that have donated. The book, there's a chapter in this book, and this is pretty cool. I want to share this with you real quick before we go. I almost forgot about this. One of my, let me see here. Let me see. I gotta find it first here. Hold on a second. Oh yeah, and this the author. I'm trying to remember what her name. I gotta go up here. Let me see. Yeah, criminally. What the hell here? Let me look. Yeah, Tamara Cheville is her name. And I was looking for what she says she goes by in the chat. She said to tell, thank Chicago Cubby Bear. I'm really shy in chat, but he and Brad and Tasha always wave and are very inviting. I am either level plain poem or more books in the chat.
Oh, yeah.
But I'm early to bed and usually listen to the whole episode the next morning while feeding the horses. And this is kind of cool. I want to show you this. This is
I think she's commented on a few of my videos. I didn't know who it was before.
Cool.
Cubby, put your thing up there. I want to see the thing with the courthouse while he's pulling that up real quick.
All right.
Sorry to throw that in there.
You're good. I'll put it in the regular chat.
All right, so here's this right here. It says, for those not yet familiar with Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind, he is a smart and funny flat earther who throws out quick, common sense, logical quips that get you get your brain in realigned. She called them Savisms, and this is pretty cool.
Savisms.
All right, so this is one of the funniest of Sav's great analogies explaining the absurdity of the solar system with absolutely no apologies, where I talk about trying to ride a motorcycle around a race car while it's going around a fucking track. You're trying to do circles around that car, think of all the fucking speed changes you have to do. Floating or flying, where I equate that when you're in the water, all you've done is you've changed the medium. You are above the earth. In a sense, you are flying. You are not on the surface of the earth. You are suspended within another fluid medium. And it's a great way to understand it. And about how I talk about gravity, about mass does not attract mass, and making assumptions within equations and stuff like that. So this is really a great book. It's supposed to be out on Amazon pretty soon, and she's supposed to send me a signed copy of the hardcover book and everything, but I have it already on PDF here. And as I know some more on it, I'll share links for it or whatnot. Maybe I'll look for it see if it's been put up on Amazon yet. It's called, let me look again.
I put her link in the regular chat there.
Okay, cool. She's got another one, nuclear weapons, truth bomb, and explosion of lies. So yeah, she's got some pretty cool shit.
Sov hitting the big time. You're not going to want to talk to us anymore.
Oh, I know it.
Too little.
It's got a
Hey, are you familiar with Keith El Perro? You know, people that like.
I know. Yeah, he's usually on Ryan's channel.
Yeah, Keith and yeah. I mean, anybody that's he puts out a lot of El Perro. He's a rough around the edges, and maybe I am as well. But man, I mean that guy really knows his shit.
Yeah, he's pretty smart,
and he puts it out there in his way, and he's committed to putting it. I don't really do content. I'm doing my shit basically.
Right. You got your OnlyFans and Grindr probably blowing up.
Yeah, I'm a grinder, and apparently I'm a Satanist just because I said I love Satan, which is just the accuser.
Yeah.
And it's a title, so it's not a man with a devil. No, it's not some.
Come on now. Come on.
Why would I hate somebody?
Gotta
that's
watch what
trying
you
to
say around here, man. Everybody got their own take on everything.
Oh my God! And there's always these people that want to stir shit. There's always people wanting to stir shit. I get these motherfuckers going, you should have this debate about the little C. I don't want to have a fucking debate about the little C.
Debate is for academics, okay? Men have a conversations. We don't debate.
Yeah. Well, I can understand it, but there's the thing about that, people arguing whether, Jesus meant one thing or meant another or whatever else like that. And it's, it's like, look, you don't have any concrete proof one way or the other.
You know what I think of every time you know what I think about every time people talk about that? I think about that show, Point Counterpoint.
Yeah, oh God. Yeah.
With the guy sitting in the middle. Point counterpoint. You ask him a question, and of course the other guy just says the opposite.
Yeah, Scott, what was that show?
The difference, OD, man. The difference that there's like 25 different verses, and it's all Jesus saying, "I'm going to be back in your lifetime."
Yeah,
and so the futurists have to come up with something. They have to come up with a creative way to explain that. So one side is we take God at His word, or we make up something that explains it. So biblically, it's pretty clear cut.
That's dispensationalism, I guess, or futurism, or all this. They can never be in the now. Same like politics. Well, just say you'll get a full one. Yeah, nothing's now.
And I've worked out why they get so triggered is because a lot of these people, and it's along the themes of dispensationalism, is they believe in the rapture, which I did as little as 2 months ago.
Yeah.
So what it means is, if it's true, they've missed the rapture, or the rapture didn't even happen. If we are in the season, so that's why they're quite defensive about it, I reckon.
Well, the thing that got me with that rapture, I've always thought, that's kind of.
Wait. Rapture, look it up. Rapture means rape and pillage, like a bird of prey. So all this, like, I'm going to get look up rapture. Raptor.
Well, I don't know, man. If they thinking, I was thinking, I was looking around in the church there, and I was like, the last thing I want to see is their naked ass flying up in the air in front of me. No way. Come on. That's the last. That's not a holy image at all.
You're known by your works. You're not known by like, yes, I accept the Lord Jesus Christ as my Savior, and I can't pay money to the church, and I'm going to go up into heaven and be with Jesus.
You got to pick up a snake. You're going to pick up a fucking
dance
snake.
around violently.
Yeah. Start speaking some gibberish, running around, falling down on the ground and shit. I had to escape one of those places on acid one time, and so I acted like I was doing that. I ran out of the church. Because my friend tricked me and took me there after we dropped acid and shit. He knew it would freak me out.
That's not a good friend.
Oh, it was. Because I still remember to this day, and that was 40 years ago.
Yeah.
I knew it, man.
Anyway,
see this
40 years ago.
I think I might actually start doing a off-kilter time thing with people over here like Luke, but just to get a different perspective of us weirdos that are what we call expatriates and what the fuck we are over here. Speak for yourself.
I catch up with Phuket Word every now and then when I'm down in Phuket.
He's still around?
Yeah, he's been pretty busy, so he hasn't been doing much streaming, but he's come to one of my stand-up shows.
Where are you based at about? Are you up in the Bangkok area?
Bangers. Yeah,
Bangers,
Bangkok.
all right. Yeah.
All right, guys, I got to shut it
Nick.
down. Got to get out of here.
Thanks off.
Y'all
Cubby.
See you guys. Thanks,
guys. Good to see you.
And don't forget,
Ciao.
y'all, Lord loves a working man. Don't never, ever, ever trust Whitey. See your doctor and get rid of him because he'll probably kill you. And if you heard the shot, probably wasn't meant for you. We'll see you next time on Sovereign Soul, Unchained Mind. Good night.